Use that as like a conspiracy bunker.
That's right.
I hope that's what you used for the for the episode coming out tomorrow. So
Yo.
hey, let's just have a chill chat for cool cats.
That's right. There we go. Oh my god. Okay.
Or maybe about cool cats.
Maybe about cool cats. Oh
Huh.
no.
Yeah.
Now I've got a problem.
Oh no, what's the problem now?
Well, my problem you're probably going to see uh when you when the video updates, but I had this thing where I was like, well, I could put the Total Pebble Knockdown horizontal logo with like a bar behind it, and I could put it up in the corner. But now that there's enough of us in the chat room, now my video ends up behind the logo. So I gotta fix that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how it was gonna work doing it with OBS and
It
everything.
it
So
it doesn't.
yeah, if you want,
But it's on Chill Stream. Oh, I mean, it's
do
on Streamlabs. I'm
do
not.
we have? Do you have the TPK banner image that is currently like in the uh new episodes
That's a
thing, the
little
thing
bit
that
better.
comes up? So we could just use that as like the
I'm
backdrop.
not quite sure. I'm not sure.
Well, I've got it.
Okay.
And Ray's definitely got it. Hold, please.
Because if so, I could draw the icon and the corner, and that would also be helpful. That would be helpful. Ooh,
There
I
you
could.
go.
I could probably at least move my happy thing down here into this corner, and that might
Nathan's
make more
got
sense.
a happy thing.
At least something is. Okay, so now if I turn this back on, well, that's slightly better. If I put it down in the other corner, I could make this smaller too.
Well, I need to see if our audio is coming through on the YouTube as well.
It better be, or I'm calling the audio police.
Hold, please.
All right, maybe that looks better. I don't know. What I really wanted was something that would just be in the background on the actual Discord chat, but the only things that it has is like a light and a dark theme, and I guess that there are like better Discord stuff that you can do, and you could do customized themes, but Discord doesn't really like that.
Yeah,
So you
that is
have
not
to.
the right image to use for that as a a background like that, anyways, because it's ruining the entire logo.
Well, the problem is that my other option was either the black, which I can show you, is just kind of washes out the whole thing if I just have no background behind it, because then it's black on black. And then the other one would be white, which then is very, very high contrast to the black background. So there's like not a lot of great options. And then I was like, well, I could make it gray, I guess, but that's not a color we use.
What do you think, Ray?
For what?
Bam. That's not ideal.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. Are those both PNGs? Are those images transparencies?
I only see.
Oh. Yeah, did you get the one I put in the mod chat?
Yeah, I have this.
Yeah, try using that as a background.
I can attempt it.
And then if we have just your video up in the corner or something. I don't know.
I'll have to see. Like, all I really want it to do. Here we go. Let's try something. Let's try. Oh, that's good. That's
Is it?
good. Yeah, because now instead of any of our cameras, there's just a giant. It's just a giant thing with Total Pebble knockdown in front of it. I gotta.
Perfect.
Yeah. No, I gotta. What I want to do.
Hello, DC Lissair.
Hello.
And I believe a couple day late happy birthday for you
Why,
as well.
thank you.
Don't mind
You're
me.
the
I'm just trying.
glorious age of whatever age you are now.
Yep, that age. It's good. It's a good age. It's a good strong age.
I'm working on being eternal, so it doesn't really matter.
How's that working out so far?
Still alive.
Going well so far.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Nathan's trying to figure out the video feed for this one since there's not a game being played today.
Yeah, I could be playing Bug Snacks, But apparently, we're going to do a chat instead. I guess next month I'll finally play Bugs.
I mean, you can play a game if you want to. You just can't focus on the game.
Exactly.
So, if you want to play a game that you're not going to be talking about, go for it.
Well, then why would I play the game, Alex? Think about it.
Exactly.
Think about it. If I'm not playing the game to concentrate on it, why am I playing it at all? You know? Oh, this might work. It's not perfect, but that looks fine.
This is fine.
Everything's good. Everything's fine. This is fine. This is
DC,
perfectly
how
fine.
have your birthday streams gone?
Oh, pretty good.
Very
Raised,
nice.
I think we were at $380 for charity on Friday. So
Very nice.
Oh.
I think I stopped in for a few minutes while you were streaming your D&D game. But I needed a nap, so I didn't stick around long.
that's all right. Oh, that's loud. Okay.
Dude, that's not horrid.
That's not a horde? Horde of dragons?
Horde of Dragons. You got it. That's something. I think I made something.
Did you put the Total Pebble Knockdown logo over my video?
Over your video?
Over mine, yeah. Because
Okay.
if I'm there and it's meant for a white background, then
Perfect. And it's also, it's less looking at you.
exactly.
So that's also great. I love these
Yes.
things. There we go.
I also love it when people aren't looking at me.
Actually, let me just see. If I Actually, this is great. I will. Okay, I think I've finally figured out. Only like 10 minutes into the stream have I finally figured out the layout of the whole program. We're professionals.
Look at that. It looks right now.
It does. It looks. It should look
Jeez.
good.
I'm proud of that logo being
Yeah.
correct looking now. I'm sure Crave is no longer cringing.
I mean, I could put it anywhere. I could put it up here. Or up here.
Well, I think if she knew you were going to use that logo on a dark background, she would give you a different version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you said is you could probably use the banner image.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than what you had.
Oh yeah.
So we've got the dice in the background. That looks nice.
That's right. Anyway. So, what were we doing on this episode?
Oh, who knows? We're just hanging out and chatting with our friends and listeners.
So,
Yay.
basically us.
DC is either a friend and or a listener.
Frequent caller.
But I cannot be both.
You can't be both. No.
You could definitely be both. If you are both a friend and a listener of our show, you are indeed both, DC.
Mm-hmm. Friend and
I was-
listener.
I was saying to Crave the other day, actually, I do want to eventually get the part of the website that is made for friends of TPK, which I have your information on, DC. I want to get that like actually live, but I need more than just you on it.
Yeah. We need to get information from a few other regulars from the show. Yeah.
So,
All right. Hey, I tweeted a thing.
oh,
We're
tweeted a
doing
thing.
tweety things. Oh.
Well,
Twitter
yeah, you
thing.
tweet that you're live.
Yeah. Well, Nathan doesn't Twitter very often,
I do
but
I
it's
do
okay.
I do Twitter when I want to look at birds. I gotta let people know that I'm live. 1 second here. Now I just have to know what the thing is. This is good content right now.
This is the
Beautiful
best content.
This is amazing. This is the best content. Tweeting this is content explaining that we're going to announce that we're doing this as we speak. This is This is the kind of riveting thing that people come to Total Pebble Knockdown for.
Pretty meta.
Oh,
It is pretty
yeah.
meta.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
I'm still
Thing.
waking up from a nap earlier, so
No excuses.
let me. Actually, where's that?
Give me a moment and get my camera on.
Ooh, DC's gonna be on camera. We'll have 2 cameras. I would put mine
Perfect.
on, but now I've got a logo over it and I have no shirt on, so I don't want either of those things to change. What am I doing? I am looking for a link. Got this. Thank you. Probably could have just copied it from DC's, but it's fine. Oops.
All right. Perfect.
Hey. Alright, just give me a minute and I'll be with you and have my camera on and things like that.
Oh my goodness.
It's almost like it'll be a real stream.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. A stream with actual people where we would talk about things? This seems unlikely and strange. Speaking of which...
Speaking of witches. Wait, no, that's not-
Speaking of witches. Great. Well,
We're doing a thing. We're
We are.
here.
we are.
We're there.
We're everywhere. I'm in a bunker.
You are in the conspiracy bunker. You need to have a tinfoil hat, Nathan.
I could go make one. That's an arts and crafts podcast that we do not host.
That
How to
is
make your-
probably true. I'll make a poll.
You know what, Alex? You need to do a podcast where where you explain to people how to make like tinfoil hats and
I think that
other
would actually be.
yeah. That there's some possibilities there. You can make tinfoil hats. You can make what else can you do? You could make those antennas so that you can intercept the radio signals.
We're asking the people if Nathan should wear a tinfoil hat. Yes, no, or don't let the lizard people listen.
The lizard people are already listening, and they're very... Actually, I'm pretty sure that's half our current audience.
Lizard people?
Yeah.
Well, our current audience is 2.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
not of specifically the live show, but of
that's
the
a little more.
podcast.
That's a few more than 2,
That,
but not much.
That's what I said, is that it's a few more than 2, and half of them, I'm pretty sure, are the lizard people. But you know what? That's fine. Lick and subscribe. Anyway, that was good. That was really fucking good. Just admit it. That was
Lick and subscribe.
Thanks for joining us on OnlyFans.
No, that
Anyway,
is-
Only Delve
goodness.
fans.
Oh, look, the stream's gonna get taken down. Crap.
Only Delve fans. We mentioned the lizard people. I'm so very sorry. Anyway, we were going to talk about things, actual things, on the show.
Were we? We didn't have things to talk about, did we?
We did not. I did suggest that we that we have actual subjects on the show because, as you said, you'd very much like to do a chat.
Yeah, I like hanging out, chatting about things and stuff.
Now, if only we had things and stuff to discuss, that would be great. You know what we could discuss though, Alex. Actually,
Lizard hats.
well, I think we've moved past the lizard hats. I think we've moved past the lizard's hats. We could talk about. Well, first of all, I can show Alex has seen this, but I would definitely like to show everybody else because, as some people may be aware, Alex and I have, and Crave for that matter, have been playing the Dungeons and Dragons, and I got new dice, but then I also got this thing that I hope shows up well on camera, but look at that. That is a D100 that's in copper.
Wow, it's
Ooh.
copper. We have one. Our poll is at 100% of the votes say you need to wear a tinfoil hat, Nathan.
Well, it's, I tell you what, that's going to be a stretch goal for our Patreon. That could be a stretch goal for our Patreon.
That does not work with YouTube live streams.
Here's
It should, however, be a goal for
I'm just
one
gonna-
of the next episodes of our show.
yes. But anyway, I'm just going to.
Look at that copper dice.
It's shiny.
It's totally messing with your green screen.
Ah, it's even better. Wait, there's a green screen? No, pay no
I mean,
attention
your
to the green
bunker.
screen.
Pay
Yes.
no attention to the man behind the conspiracy.
Pay no attention. Anyway, so
I
there's
never do.
that. And it's terrific because, yes, we are indeed playing the Dungeons and Dragons in real life. We're playing a fake world in real life. And I actually get to play a character.
You're always in character, Nathan. This is all a facade.
Sure is. A bad one.
The worst.
It's a very
I got
bad.
some. We got something great in the mail today. It is a big old postcard mailer.
Mm.
And can you hand that to me at all? Sorry, it's.
Hey, there I am.
Hey, there's
Hey,
DC. Oh,
DC's
DC
there.
is
Oh.
also
In the shiny
And-
city.
not in the
In
bunker,
the tiny city.
but
Not,
he is
not in
somewhere
the city.
nice.
Yeah.
I got this. We got this great mailer, and on the front, it's got a picture of all these celebrities and
Oh, yeah?
politicians.
Yeah.
One of them, it happens to be Captain Jack Sparrow,
Perfect.
and it's got a big old QR code on it. Oh, it's got Obama, of course,
Oh God.
and Romney,
It has a QR code.
and Trump's on there. But it says, I think that's Alex Jones, and Jeff Bezos. But anyways, it says the true story of QAnon,
Oh God. It's
and the
Wow.
back of it
yeah.
has the first sentence is, I was a child victim of the Cabal spoken of in QAnon.
Oh God.
I'm not going to read all of it, but
You know, I don't want to know how you got on that mailing list.
I don't want to know
So
where they
confused.
got I mean, it's not just addressed to us, it's just a postal customer,
Oh.
thankfully. So it's not like it was sent to us specifically, but wow, the back of this is 9/11, COVID-19,
Basically every buzzword that you could put together.
Ukraine,
Of course.
uh,
You just put
Russia,
them all there.
Moldova, another QR code, probably the same one. to be
Don't
honest with you.
scan the QR codes.
And then the
Don't
bottom
do
of-
it.
Ooh, hold on. World ends 4/22/22 or 4/15/22. I guess the world's
On
ending
420, the
this
world
month.
ends on 420.
4/22. No, I mean the world gets really chill on 4/20.
Yeah, I was gonna say. My goodness. Here's what you do,
and
though,
then-
Alex, is you keep that around and you make a video out of it. It's like,
Um,
I got this in the mail.
I was
Let
actually
me
gonna
share.
I was gonna take a picture of this
Yeah.
front and back
Mm.
and put it in the Inside of Mind Discord and
Oh,
ask them if
perfect.
it's an ARG,
Oh, yeah.
because
There.
that'll be great.
I
Switch my pictures around so it can look like I'm looking at Nathan when I look at the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know
Yeah.
where I'm
I was
looking.
being clever.
Oh, see, on Discord, you're not looking at Nathan, but on YouTube, you are. So that's fine. Good job. I'm proud of DC. He knows what he's doing. Someone has to.
Nah, it's definitely not me. It's definitely not me. But that's okay.
It's definitely no. I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be. I don't know. The next episode of TPK, you probably did a pretty good job with knowing what you're doing with that editing stuff. So
Oh, yeah. It's very well edited. I'm sure of it. Nothing went wrong at all.
I'm sure nothing went wrong.
Nope.
If something went wrong, please let us know.
Yes. If something seemed out of sorts on the next episode, you let me know. I will not fix it, but
Fixing it in
worth a
post
try.
won't happen today.
Yeah. Fixing it in post. One day, eventually, I'll fix it.
Nope.
That's a lie. Anyway.
Nope. That's a big lie.
Yes, it's true. Anywho. So, like I was saying before, apparently your conspiracy theory mailer came in.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, that sounds great. Real riveting reading. Can't wait for the video. The expose video, that can be one of our like unlisted videos people have to find the clues to get to. Alex reviews random mailer about conspiracy theory in mail.
It'll be a real conspiracy about how I got this mailer.
Yeah. You know what it was? We said that like half our listeners are the lizard people. One of them probably sent it to you.
Probably, that's
as a
fair.
gift.
As a gift, yeah. I mean, everyone on there is probably a lizard person. It is Bezos.
Fair.
And Trump and Alex Jones is definitely. Oh, Zuck is on here too.
Of course.
I think that's Jim Gaffigan, maybe.
How did Jim Gaffigan get into that group? And why?
Oh, Elon Musk is on there as well. So
Well, of
definitely
course. He probably sent it to you.
No, it didn't come on a rocket ship.
Did it come by a drone?
It didn't come by drone, and it didn't drive
so
itself here
it's
electrically. So.
Oh, so maybe it wasn't them.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. That would have been great. It would be amazing if these things just got delivered by like the Amazon drones.
No, it'll be the Futurama thing where your ads are in your dreams.
Oh.
Lightspeed briefs.
That is the goal. That is the dream. Literally. Yeah. Can't wait for it. Anyway, Alex, to get you off of whatever that demonetization rant was.
Oh no, that's perfectly monetized. That's better than talking about lizard. Wait, no, we're talking about lizard people. Susan Wojcicki is going to ban us for talking about the lizard people Shadow Cabal.
No, she wouldn't do that because then it would make it look like she knew about it the whole time.
Oh, right. Oh, speaking of Shadow Cabals,
yes.
Did
of course,
either of you see I posted where's Off Topic? In Off Topic, I had shared a video.
Everything we do is
called the Shadow Cabal Report.
Yes.
By Josh Strife Hayes. And it was.
Isn't he with the one that like looks at really bad MMOs?
Yeah, he does the worst MMO series, which is pretty great.
Excellent.
But he's also looked at the game of Earth 2. I use that term very loosely. If either of you know what Earth 2 is, it's basically
it's the crappier sequel to Earth.
Yeah, it's it's a grift. It's them selling virtual plots of land on a digital scale Earth, essentially.
Yeah.
Using crypto.
They're selling the land for a lot of fun bucks. Yeah.
Yeah. So a bunch of YouTubers that do gaming have looked into that and been like, yeah, this is not really a thing. It's kind of a grift. It doesn't do anything that they say they're doing. And the guy who's running that multi-million-dollar grift, basically like challenged one YouTuber to like recreate what they've been doing in a week, which then he did. Because that's just what happens. Anyways, he accused all these YouTubers of being in a Shadow Cabal. So Josh Strife Hayes, for April Fools, made this video. Did you watch it, Nathan?
No.
You need to, because the leader of the Shadow Cabal at the end of that video is gonna make you cry. You're gonna laugh and cry.
Was it me?
And cried. No, you would have done. Anyways, it's great. It's absolutely hilarious. It's silly, and then the end of it, I will not spoil for you because I did not expect it, and I was crying.
Was it Blue from Blue's Clues?
You'll have to find out, Nathan.
I don't want to.
Graveyard watched it with me. She also kind of laugh cried. She's shaking her head, yes.
Moving on.
Wow.
Way to go.
Swiping left on that conversation. Um, but like I was saying, when I had my lovely D100 out, DC, we've been
Back to the D100.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to bring it back out, but DC, we've been playing Dungeons and Dragons in real life.
Ooh.
I know. Like the before times, the long, long ago. um, but yes, we mentioned it on the show probably a couple weeks ago, but Alex is running, was it Icespire Peak? Dragonspire Peak?
Yeah, Icespire Peak, Icespire Hold, whatever. I think it's Icespire Peak.
Yes. Yeah. Which I was just watching something, I think from XP to level 3, where they were rating all of the D&D adventures, and they actually said that that was very good, especially for new players, because it's very easy to get your head around, and it's good for kids as well. So
You say that. My son gets rather bored sometimes.
yeah, I mean, I think that the adventure is easy enough to grapple with. I like the structure of it, because the idea of being able to go back to town and then have like 3 missions that you can choose from, and then just going on those before you get 3 harder ones and 3 after that is nice. You get a little bit of choice there. It's not quite so railroady. So that was nice. I don't know. I mean, I think he's playing a rogue, and so I think if it's not the part where he's backstabbing people with his sword, it probably feels a little boring.
Maybe.
Because
I mean, we're not doing super roleplay heavy for them anyways. But some of the stuff is like, oh, we have to plan out going to this place in the woods to find it. And Nikolai's just like,
yeah, there's not a lot of great ways to try and make that more interesting if you're not already like like if you haven't visualized the idea of going through Neverwinter Woods, and it's like, ooh, this is fun. Like, we got a cart with an ox, and we're gonna be protecting one, it is an escort mission, so maybe that was part of it. But if you're not like totally invested in the whole world aspect of it, like being out in the world, I don't know. Maybe it's just not as interesting till you get to like the combat part.
I mean, to be fair, you guys did run away from a fight. You're like, nope.
Yeah, but I contest that was definitely a TPK situation that we could very much have ended up in. And it was a better idea to just tell the nice farmer that, yes, there are a lot of orcs over here. Don't go there. Just don't.
I'm not gonna say anything either way.
Yeah. I mean, we had dealt with the orcs, but we had a lot of help and strategic advantage. And then you presented me with a castle that had more orcs and ogres and such in it.
It was a shrine. It's not a castle.
Close enough. All I know, big ruined place with giant orc encampment. and by that point, it's just like the 4 of our characters. No help, no like big open areas. I stand by, Max Jaguar stands by his position that is a fight you just walk away from and just let people be aware that there's an orc camp over there, don't go there. I'm a bard. I'm not, I can't, I can kill some things, but not that many things. How many did you say that were actually in that?
I don't remember.
You told
that was over a week ago.
I can't remember things past a week.
I can't remember things past a day.
I can't remember things since I woke up. But I swear, like DC, tell me if I made the right call. Alex gives me the information that he has a ranger and it has a hawk. So I think it's a hawk. Is it a hawk?
It's like a raven.
Okay. I think I get confused because your character's name's Hawksbane.
Yeah, because a bird plucked out his eye.
Was that a hawk?
That was a hawk.
Oh, okay. I was hoping it wasn't the bird he kept around. That was the one that plucked his eye out. That would be, I mean, great forgiveness to Ark. But so the bird goes over to the shrine that looks like it's half of it's down. The shrine. Mm-hmm. And relays back to us. And at this point, so it's Alex as the character who's a ranger. I'm a bard. Ray is a fighter, and Nikolai's playing a rogue. So it's just the four of us, no other characters. And relays back, yeah, it looks like an orc encampment, and I think you said it looks like there's like 10 to 12 orcs, and looks like a few ogres in there. And to that, Max, my aging rock star of a bard, says, all right, I think we just walk away. We go tell the nice farmer we just helped, there's a problem over here. Do not go over there. And then we'll also tell the folks back in town about the orc encampment and move on to the next story arc. Good idea or the best idea?
I like that you're seeking DC's approval.
I mean, it's a good idea, but it sounds like you didn't take a look around the camp and see if there was anything that could help you. Maybe find out why the orcs were being a threat. Or
yeah.
Just, go in and get them, but maybe there's a reason for that doing that.
I think I might have been a little gun shy just because when we went to deal with some orcs at the farmhouse, I thought I would take the approach of trying to be like nice to them, and I knocked on the door and just said hello.
I think you're under the impression you can negotiate with orcs.
See, but that's the thing. My learned response from that is there is no negotiating with orcs. So why would I think this next situation that is more dangerous?
There is definitely sometimes negotiating with orcs, but in the case of this module, there's no negotiation with orcs as far as it's written. They're like, yeah, they attack on sight. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I have noticed this, and I don't know if the earlier adventures I wasn't there for had any of this, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of like diplomatic negotiation or recon missions in this. It's mostly...
they did negotiate with a Manticore in their first mission.
That's the other thing. We had the Manticore.
I mean, it killed one orc. Yes, DC?
Oh, I just said excellent. That you.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch it.
Manticore.
Yeah, they bribed Manticore with the promise of food and some gold.
Awesome.
And then
he came back.
In the last adventure, we made good on that by feeding them those orcs from the farmhouse. So,
yeah.
Yeah, and those 6 orc arms I was carrying around for like
forever.
The other 3 quests.
Your brined preserved orc arms that you had from like 2 quests earlier.
Yes.
That you just these will come in handy.
They killed 3 orcs in one of their earlier quests after they had made the deal with the Manticore, and Crave's character, Gwen was like, she's like, can I like butcher them? I'm like, yeah, go for it.
Totally normal question in D&D.
So she took all their arms off and like basically chopped the arms off the corpses and took them and wrapped them up and put them in her backpack and carried them with her. And she's like, yeah, this is for the Manticore. It's like 6 pounds of like orc meat.
Just carried around 6 pounds of orc.
I'm like, all right, perfect. So,
Really great at parties too. I would have loved it if the next mission after that was you have to attend a fancy ball. And,
Listen.
and then Quinn has to figure out what to do with all of the orc arms.
if I can have a character who eats a guard
Yeah.
as a bear because he's hungry and the guards didn't give him any meat for like a week that he was in jail. If she can eat the guard after he kills them, I think she can carry around some orc arms to bribe a manticore.
And it worked. And that's all that really matters.
That is all that matters.
I still think that would hinder negotiation skills, though. But
Yeah, I mean, you're at a party, you're hanging orc arms as decorations, but you're also inviting, the leader of a local orc tribes that you want to do trade with, and I'll put a damper on those.
yeah, not
It's
a great
an
icebreaker.
intimidation tactic. You let them know you mean business.
I think I would hate to have that as an icebreaker. You're trying to reunite clans for like orcs, and you kind of go, "Hey, do you want to see these severed orc arms I got in the backpack? Wait, hold on,
no.
I've preserved them for a really long time."
If you're
It's cool."
hanging them up, you go, "Oh yeah, that's what happened to the orcs that failed our last negotiations."
Why would you hang them up? Would you say Happy Orcmas? We're hanging up decorations for the season. Just random orc arms.
Now we need to make an Orcmas, TPK Orcmas Christmas card.
Yeah, and it will just be a shirt that has Gwyn on it with the orc arms across the banner.
All these merch ideas.
Oh yeah.
Happy Orcmas, and it's just a tinsel
Yeah.
type thing of orc arms and teeth.
Yeah. And it will just be the party. It will just be
You see,
the,
you look
the
so
party.
unimpressed by this. It's like, I don't know what I got myself into here.
As much fun as that sounds, I'm sure. The module that we're talking about, Dragon of Icespire Peak, is that one that you've run or that you're familiar with, DC?
I know of it. I haven't played in it
Okay.
yet either, because it is it's meant to be a starting module, and I just haven't read through it yet. And
Yeah.
I usually do homebrew stuff most of the time, so.
Oh, sure. And Elle has joined us as well. Hello, Elle. Yeah, I know it's a starting campaign. It's not exactly as, feature rich as like a Waterdeep Heist or a Curse of Strahd or the ones that people usually point to, or Strixhaven. Of course, as I play through this, I'm like, oh, I could probably actually run a game if it was like laid out like this and I didn't have to build the whole thing myself. And then I might think about doing. If I did, I'd probably want to try Strixhaven because I like the idea of being in a magic school. That just seems fun.
Do you like the idea of being in a magic school?
I do. And I also like the idea of just owl folk that are just hanging around.
That sounds like a hoot. We talked about this in our episode about Strixhaven. It's a hoot.
Yes, I love the callback to an episode we did a few months back.
Yes.
On Strixhaven. The Owlin.
Nathan, were you in my one-shot that takes place in a magic school?
Was I? I've been in a few.
Was that a different one?
That was a different one. I think I remember. I was in one that you ran that was in a maybe haunted mansion, but not really a haunted mansion, but actually a haunted mansion. Yeah. And then I was in the one where we may have actually just been in a virtual reality simulator.
That's just real life.
Stop it, Elon. And then I was in the one where we went back to Kittenvale? Kittenberg.
Oh,
Kittentown.
yes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's where I play Snowball. I was in that one. Those three. Not the magic school.
Does the magic school have a magic school bus?
It does not.
DC, I think your magic school needs a magic school bus.
As the whole school can teleport itself. So
I
Oh.
guess that's better than a magic school bus.
Yeah, but magic school bus would have Miss Frizzle. And also, Liz, who is one of the lizard people that is a friend of the show and listens right now. We could have Liz.
It'd be better is if you had a magic cat bus. Because you need
cat bus
to go My Neighbor Totoro on everything.
Oh. Okay.
you
Fair enough.
do need multiple magic cat buses.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is the best thing in the world.
A multiverse of cat buses.
And we have a lovely GIF in our voice text chat of the cat bus. Thank you. It
Great.
is the best. I like that
Yeah?
she's in the driver's seat of the cat bus, which
Oh,
does
yeah.
not need a driver.
Mm-hmm.
Because the cat just drives itself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's fair.
Do you think that the cat bus unloads all the people riding it just by flopping down on its side and ejecting them from the windows? Because he opens his window hole.
Anyway.
Okay, that's fair, but I feel like the cat bus would just flop down on its side, and all of the people would just be thrown to the ground rather violently.
I'm just thinking about the fact that you must be covered in cat hair every time you get off that bus.
I just am when I wake up from sleeping these days.
Yeah. Do you cough up a hairball every morning when you wake up?
Thankfully, no.
Okay, that's
But if
good.
you ever notice my voice being weird, blame the cats.
Okay. Too many cats. That's fair. So many people are typing in voice chat. That's fine. It's a fantastic movie. I have not seen it, but it
What?
does.
You've not seen My Neighbor Totoro?
What even? He doesn't like
Haven't.
anime.
No.
What?
Nathan, shame.
Cray hasn't
I
seen
haven't
it.
seen it either.
Oh,
Ha
We're gonna fix that very soon.
Vindicated.
For some reason, it was just always the one I never saw.
It is super cute.
well, your name's not Nathan, so no shame. So
That's true. That's true. It's fine. I don't think I've actually seen any of Miyazaki's movies.
What even? Who are you?
I mean, I knew that it was Miyazaki. Can I
Nathan,
get
just
credit
'cause
for
it's-
that?
Just because it's Japanese doesn't mean it's anime.
That's fair.
So you have no excuse just because you don't like anime.
The closest thing to anime that I've seen is Pokemon.
No, we watched some One Punch Man when we went to BFG. Yeah,
Oh,
BFG.
yeah, and that did not make me want to watch more of it.
One Punch Man is great.
One
Crave
Punch Man
watched
is-
that with me, and I think she really enjoyed it. Shaking her head, yes.
One
Yes, she
Punch
really
Man is
enjoyed One Punch Man.
ridiculous.
It
I-
is, and that's why I love it. DC, I don't know if you're a huge anime fan. Have you seen One Punch Man?
I used to be a huge anime fan. I still like anime, but I have not seen One Punch Man yet.
It's you're familiar with the power fantasy trope, like Dragon Ball and that stuff.
Yep.
It's basically turning that trope of I need to get stronger to beat these bad guys, totally on its head, because the premise is that Saitama is just too strong
Mm-hmm.
and he's bored.
Yeah.
But it's really good. It's really like every other of the characters is a super serious anime protagonist type character, and then he's just like, I can beat all of you. I'm just bored. No one gives me a challenge, and I can literally beat every bad guy in one punch.
Right.
It's rather silly.
Didn't he punch the sun at one point or something like that?
No, I think you're thinking of something else.
I probably am. I might be thinking of a Borderlands thing.
Maybe.
When Mr. Torg said that your next mission is to fight the ocean.
He, at one point, one of the guys he was fighting, like, hit him and launched him to the moon. And then he jumped back from the moon
Great.
to Earth in, like, under a few seconds, because he's also just that fast. But it was also silly. It was ridiculous. It's great. I
Oh, yeah.
suggest it if you like anime and you like silliness and turning tropes on their heads to anyone who likes that.
Too many tropes. I'm just realizing that if I move out of the way, there's apparently a monkey in a seat very much like mine, typing away at that hacker keyboard.
It's not a hacker keyboard. It's literally writing Shakespeare.
Is that why it's taking so long?
Yes. If you get enough monkeys in a room with a keyboard, Shakespeare will be written.
It's one monkey doing the work at 10,000. Give it some credit here.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It says this is supposed to be the hacker den background, though.
It's the conspiracy theory bunker.
Perfect.
This is why you need the tinfoil hat.
Yeah, I don't want the tinfoil hat though. I do not want the tinfoil hat.
Well, 100% of our votes say you need one.
Out of 1, get a better sample size. You get a better sample size, and I will consider things.
We are working on raising our sample size.
1 out of 1 dentist recommends chewing gum. Okay, thanks. Very happy.
It's the only dentist people go to. It's fine.
1 out of 1 dentists recommend using gravel for your teeth. It just gives it that nice stone-washed look.
Excuse me. You need to be on brand. They recommend putting pebbles in your mouth.
That's true. It's called method acting. For when you want to play an earth elemental. Yeah. Think about it. Take a long time to think about it, Alex. Just a really inordinate long
I'm good. I've thought about it for a whole second.
Oh, see, you bailed.
I did.
I thought you'd at least take 2.
I did.
You'd at least take 2. So sad. Anyway, how do you like running a module in D&D, to get back on topic?
DC or me? Or I suppose.
I was gonna ask you, but I do also want DC's opinion, and I do prefer talking to him. So DC, how do you like running D&D modules?
But I prefer Alex's answer. So there. To be fair, I've only run a couple modules. It is very handy to run it if you don't have a lot of time, or depending how you feel about storytelling. I've run 2 modules. One was for charity, and then I've also run my friends through Dragon Heist.
Oh, okay.
And Dragon Heist was great. But normally I just kind of read them, and I think at times there's a lot of fantastic writing going on in these, and a lot of creativity, cool art.
Oh,
and I mostly read them to draw inspiration from sometimes for other things.
Yeah, I did like the art, like when you actually get to see the pictures in the book. When Alex will let me see them. Because
most of them are like maps that are like, this is not to be shown to your players, and I'm like, okay, but it's a lot easier if I have a map to give them. Which is why we've been printing some of them out, when it's a lot easier for me to be like, this is what the place looks like since you can see it. I don't want to have to describe how things are laid out for you. You can visually see it.
Look at picture.
Yeah, look at the picture. This is better.
Yeah, I I like picture better than explain.
We have
No
a
explaining.
question from Elemental Ellie.
We do.
On the topic. When you guys create campaigns, do you use structured elements from original sources or do you just wing it? And then a not functional squint emoji.
Yeah, I don't know if we have one of those active on the site. Oh no, there's more type. I am not buying Nitro.
I got you covered with my squint emoji.
There's squints. Okay, we got the squints. Okay, on topic. When you guys create campaigns, do you use structured elements from official sources, or do you just ring? So, like the stuff from
We can all answer it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Nathan,
Nathan, you go first because you're already talking.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna assume like Candlekeep kind of thing, like the individual mission kind of things, maybe. Like I've only done it the once, and I can tell you that I had to build everything from scratch. So, but man, I would have loved to have a book.
We also like to pretend Nathan doesn't know anything, so don't worry, Ellie.
Yeah, no.
Because what is Candlekeep?
Yeah. There one of the D&D supplements, which sometimes people will reference, is Candlekeep. I want to say Adventures or something, and they're like individual. They're individual, like little adventures that you can go on, which theoretically you could just throw in as like an extra adventure to go on in a campaign, or add them to another module if you wanted to, whatever you want. And there are other books like that. But like I said, I only have experience doing it the once, and I had to build that all from scratch. But man, if I ever did it again, I'd probably be running completely on book, just finding a book that worked for me. Might not even be official D&D stuff, but something from, I don't know, Cobalt Press, or maybe from Loot the Room. Other friends.
When Nathan ran his campaign, Ellie, he actually did do all the world building and lore stuff for his campaign.
Yep.
How did that turn out, Nathan?
Moving on. DC to go back to the actual on-topic part. Yeah. So the elements from official sources, do you add those in, or do you just kind of wing it?
Yeah. So like I said, indicated earlier, my second big campaign was Waterdeep Dragon Heist with my friends, and so I had all that background. And when I eventually got to the point of doing a live stream, I used everything that they did in that adventure as a basis for what happened in the Inspectors, and now what happened in the Echoing Dark is based on what happens in the Inspectors. So I've been using yeah. What's the place again I just named? Waterdeep, Waterdeep Dragon Heist.
Yeah.
As kind of a source material for that. I've also pulled things out from older materials like Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, has a lot of non-class specific books, which has fabulous lore in it, and I've taken small elements from here and there. Like I took the idea of kind of a ghost story from one that's related to Laurel Silverhand in a way, who is currently the Open Lord of Waterdeep, and I put that and I changed it up a bit. I put that into the Inspectors.
Okay.
So I will read these and just pull parts out. And my very first campaign I ever did with my friends was in the Open Legend system.
Yep.
And that was right after World War II during the Cold War. So that took just history research and everything else.
Sure.
I made up. There was an extra dimension. There was,
I literally thought you meant that took place in like right after World War II in real life, and I was like, wait a second.
Oh no.
I was like, wait a second.
The hats give him immortality.
Your immortality is showing.
It's working so well too. But so okay, no, that's interesting. Yeah, that was the thing that I did like about Open Legend is that you can kind of just set your campaign wherever you want. Now with the inspectors, just because when I was Snowball, we were like in like another dimension where Kittenville was. That was kind of like a part. Does it normally take place in like Faerun or one of the other like established worlds?
Yeah, normally it's in Faerun.
Okay.
It's easy for people to get into that and connect to that because there is so much lore out there. I can say Faerun, I can say a few locations, like the current game, The Echoing Dark, takes place in a place that exists in Faerun because I looked at a map and it's just a ways off, and there's not any really... I don't believe there's any current 5th edition lore around it, so I got to
interesting.
make stuff.
Oh, okay.
There was a question for you, DC, from Ellie. It says, so DC, how long did the planning stage last before you guys played? And did you finish the storyline or storyline/plot, or did you start before you had everything?
Oh, interesting.
So the first campaign I ran, the Open Legend campaign, just my home game with my friends, was I had most of it planned out before we started. I had, okay, here's the main bad guy. Here's what the main bad guy is doing. Here's all the people working for the main bad guy. Here's where they can go off, and then I just leave room for whatever the players do because, you know, I don't want to stay strict to any story because that's why I like playing tabletop role-playing games, is because everyone adds to the story. So I had like these loose points. I'm like, oh, okay, I can do this, and so that was probably my most structured thing. And then for Dragon Heist, I always had to read ahead. You know, I read through the whole thing, and then I'm like, okay, so we're doing this first, and then week by week, I would, you know, just kind of outline a couple of chapters. And let's see, what was the other question? Did you?
Yeah, it's a two-parter, isn't it?
Yeah. Did I finish the story or start before you had everything? So now I kind of start before I have everything. I usually have an idea of who the large bad guy is, at least for when it comes to the shows, at least for a season or two. And then that bad guy story will end, and I'll come up with something else. But because I kind of know, you know, I do some background research on this. I'm like, okay, let's put together some elements here and there, and when the players get to them, cool. Are they here? Are they here? And I just keep, you know, moving these elements around as they go through, and I'll think of other things as they go on. So in a way, I do slightly less planning now. I mean, my home game, I barely plan for it at all. I just and they're in completely other dimension. They're not even in Faerun. They're somewhere else. But that I took as a challenge to myself, because when I first started running, I would do 2 pages of notes, and that would go 3 hours. And I'm like, hey, can I do this with less notes? All right, so a page of notes, half page of notes. And, you know, eventually I got down to I can do 3 hours and, like, you know, anywhere from a quarter page to a half page of notes.
Sure.
Of gameplay.
Yeah.
That's just trusting, knowing how to build a story and learning various ways to do that. It's not a magic trick. It's just the many hours I've studied this thing.
Sure.
Right?
Sure. The 10,000 hours, you master it, essentially. But have you found that it helps for your sanity, that you don't have to do as much prep work now?
A little bit. It depends what I'm doing. Like I said, my friend campaign, I can come up with something fun for them. A stream, I want a little more planned out. just because it is a stream. And, other people are watching, and you got to do a whole audience thing and treat it as a show.
You do?
So, yeah, I know, right?
Wait, we've been doing this all wrong, Alex.
Oh no, I've mentioned to you before. There's a big difference between running a show and just doing a home game.
Oh, yeah.
Or streaming a game or playing a game for yourself. So.
Yeah. Because you have to be entertaining for other people as well when you're doing a stream, or at least you probably should.
If you want to succeed.
If you want to succeed. If you don't, well, then do whatever you want.
For anyone listening, DC Lasser does live stream over on Twitch, video games and D&D games, and you should check him out. He is awesome and great.
Thank you.
Yes.
Also, he's an ambassador for Jasper's Game Day, and you should check that out. There you go, I got your plugs in.
Awesome. Oh, real quick, Jasper's Game Day is a nonprofit dedicated to suicide prevention. You can check them out at jaspersgameday.com.
Thank you. I didn't know the rest of that plug, so I appreciate that.
Yes. We appreciate that too. And DC, you currently mod 700 Twitch channels at last.
Probably.
Something
it's
like that.
Now, but yeah, since I've been producing more things, I mod less.
Okay.
We'll go with 700 plus because
yeah,
sometimes I go into a channel, I don't even remember I had a mod sword in it. So
right.
I'm gonna add you as a mod on my Twitch channel.
Oh God.
You're gonna be like, what?
No.
How did this happen?
No. Now DC mods 700 channels and also produces like 12,000, so it's fine. It's all good. It's over 9,000. I knew that from some kind of anime. That's an anime reference, isn't it, Alex?
That is a Dragon Ball Z reference.
Oh, that came after Dragon Ball Y, didn't it?
It also came after Dragon Ball X.
Is it Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Z?
Depends if you're in Europe or not.
or Canada.
Or Canada. Did they say Z in Canada?
Yes.
Yep.
I've
it's
never heard a Canadian say Z, I guess.
Well, have you ever asked a Canadian to say Z?
No, they're too busy apologizing for everything else.
That's... Well, you're not talking to the geese, though.
No, they don't apologize for anything.
The geese don't apologize. No, Canadian geese do not care.
One of my friends is Canadian, and they're always saying Z.
And
see, I also have a friend who's French Canadian, but I don't think heard her say Z on its own. So
I always get confused when I hear Zed because I'm like, is that a person I should know? I always think that they're talking about somebody.
And the Power Rangers fought Lord Zed.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And Zed's dead, man. Zed's dead.
the conversation in the chat now. Have you ever actually heard a Canadian? Conspiracy intensifies. And I know a real-life grown human adult that believes moose are a fantasy creature, like jackalopes. So Canadians might not be real.
Well, I can assure that person that moose are very real.
No, you can't. They have never seen one. You can't assure them of anything.
Well,
I know grown-ass adults that do live in the
have.
state of New Hampshire who have never seen moose.
Well, they weren't looking hard enough.
No.
They apparently never go outside.
New Hampshire.
Because I remember one day, it was 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something, and I was going out to cover a meeting back when I was a reporter. And across the street in the middle of town, a moose just sauntering down. It's like a scene out of Northern Exposure. I
mean, in Alaska, the moose just wander through town.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I mean, and in New Hampshire in the summer, and just the moose just walking through, just looking around, having a good old time, doing what it wants. You live in Colorado, so elk. Yeah.
Moose are a fair bit bigger than those elk, I guess.
Moose
The moose are way bigger than elk.
Moose are large, and moose can be angry. Do not Do not approach a moose. The moose will run at you.
Moose
Thank
will eat your children.
And sometimes they befriend a squirrel. And when the moose and squirrel get together, it is over. It's all over. For Boris and Natasha. That was not an anime reference. Sorry.
Sorry, I was responding to Elle in chat mentioning where they are currently located. So.
Oh, I was in Colorado. Michigan. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Michigan.
I didn't hear what DC said because Nathan was talking.
Oh, I said I'm in Michigan as well. So.
Oh, right. I was thinking that, and I was like, wait a second.
Hold it.
Where are boots?
Yeah, I'm in.
Yes.
I'm in West Michigan.
In West Michigan, it doesn't work for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Not even close.
Yo.
Not enough syllables in Michigan as opposed to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They're going to look at a house in northern Michigan tomorrow. Have fun. Be safe.
Northern Michigan. That sounds
Don't
cold.
wander into a lake. I've never
Well,
been to Michigan.
basically,
Sorry.
from any point in Michigan you are up to the UP is northern Michigan. So.
Okay. Okay.
It's a frame of reference.
Yeah. Fair. Fair. I mean, like we're in New Hampshire, and I swear that every time somebody kind of like says Southern New Hampshire, I'm like, that's a joke, right? Because everything in New Hampshire is north of something.
It's all north of Boston.
It's all north of Boston. It is basically North Boston to most people who visit.
Well, southern New Hampshire is the seacoast, not actually southern New Hampshire.
Right. Right. Also, is New Hampshire large enough to have a north and New Hampshire?
Yeah, we're New Hampshire. No, it's not really large enough to have a north and south. It's even less large enough to have an east and west.
Oh, we don't really have an east and west. It's too thin for that.
That Crave says north is just like Mountain Men huts without electricity. That is like really far north.
Yeah, if you've been to Pittsfield, it's up there. It's up there. The 9-year-old daughter is convinced that it's New Hampshire. I mean, there's a lot of people that would probably love to rename it New Hampshire, but she is correct.
He is correct. It's New Hampshire.
It is New Hampshire? Oh, okay. Great. I like the idea that we're just going to slightly rename all of the states.
Yeah, Florida is just
Florida.
drugs.
No, it's Florida. There was a
Florida is now just Florida Man.
Florida's just Florida Man. I think Vermont should be Verminty.
Vermont is just upside down New Hampshire.
So you just reverse New Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean you have to horizontally
You
and
turn
then
it upside
vertically, you know, because they meet. When you look at them next to each other, they have the same border, which is a river. So, and
Yeah,
both their other
Saga.
sides are fairly straight. So, they're pretty much the same exact state, just different names.
But then Alex, we have to ask a very important question: Is
No, we
Vermont upside down from New Hampshire, or is New Hampshire upside down Vermont?
Listen, we're from New Hampshire, so obviously we're right side up.
Okay.
Yeah. But they have Bernie Sanders, so I think they win.
Do they? And then what
Yes.
about Maine?
Maine sucks. We don't talk about Maine.
Maine. I think Maine should just be secondary now.
Maine is just former Massachusetts.
Let's just call Maine Alt instead. It's not your
Well,
main
didn't we have a
character.
question
It's your
we were
alt
asking?
character.
Didn't we have a question we were talking about? Maine doesn't go here. Maine does not go here.
We actually, I don't think, really answered L's question. DC was answered.
You
L's
answered a question. DC answered it. I think DC answered a question very well, actually.
Well, then that means, Alex, you have to answer a question.
I'm looking for what the question was again.
I think it was about if you use pre-made elements in your games, or if you.
It was if you
wing
use
it.
structured elements from official sources, or do you just wing it?
There you go.
I'm with DC on a lot of that, really. When I actually make my own and don't run a campaign, I also base it in Faerun because, let's face it, people are familiar with Faerun. It's a lot easier to acclimate that setting to fit your world in a lot of cases and not have to make the cosmology and the deities and thousands of years of lore to make just your world. You can alter it and just give it a different coat of paint pretty easily and not have to reinvent the game, which is really nice. But yeah, I kind of do that. I'll pull ideas from sources like that, generally shows or games or books and thoughts and stuff I like, and I'll pull from those and then kind of make the adventure and the plot based on that. But in game, I tend to wing it more often than not. I'm sure Nathan can attest to that when I've had him in a game or talked about other games I've run that aren't this one. But I like to kind of have a loose idea of what's going on, but not really planned out too far ahead, which I'm trying to maybe get better at. Who knows? But a loose idea of what's going on for the session, or maybe 2 sessions ahead or so.
Mm-hmm.
Because generally in the past, the games I have run were a bit more open than railroady. It's like I don't have a huge end goal or a big bad evil guy because I haven't planned for it necessarily.
Okay.
I think one of the last ones I did was I had the plan, and I had not the big bad evil guy, but the guy they needed to stop, who wasn't necessarily a bad guy, but he was doing stuff that was doing harm to the world. That's the one where the elemental planes were collapsing, and I sent the party back in time.
Oh, did they have DeLorean?
No, they had a boat.
Was the big bad guy named Biff?
No, his name was Doc Johnson, and his character was a 100% ripoff of Cave Johnson from Portal 2.
Fair enough.
And he had the Obsidian Mesa where he did his research.
I was looking up video game quotes recently for a thing, and one of the top ones that they listed was from Cave Johnson. It was that whole speech he gives about lemons.
Oh yeah, demanding to see Life's manager.
Yeah, Life's manager. I will destroy you with my lemon bombs. Yeah, that one.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Get mad.
As you're walking around, it's great,
Yeah. I will burn your house to the ground. I will use my lemons to burn your house.
I'll get our scientists to engineer.
Yeah, to engineer
lemons.
Yeah, lemons.
Burn your house down with lemons. That is, yeah. Cave Johnson quotes are some of the best things.
Yeah.
I'd been playing Portal 2 when I made the character, and I was like, yeah, this is just going to be a thing. And he's just going to be ripping quotes from Cave Johnson.
Yeah. Perfect.
It was great.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the plan for that campaign was having those guys stop him from doing science and accidentally making the elemental planes collapse from the science he was doing. I never got to finish that one, as with every other campaign, because life.
So technically, they're still alive?
Technically, they are still alive.
One of my... one of the funniest things, though, on that...
The science gets done, and they make some neat guns for the people that are still alive, Nathan.
Yeah, we know the song, Alex. The point
Do we? Do we?
We know the song. Life finds way. One of the funniest things, though, I saw in that list of famous quotes from video games, it was close to the top, was just from Morrowind, and it was that mage that falls out of the tree 5 seconds after you get out of the game, and the quote is just, "Ah! Thud." Best thing ever.
See me, but I'm shaking my head at you.
Well, you know, Alex, you could fix that. You have the capability to shake your head in real time when life gives you lemons.
I was hoping it was a longer gift than that.
It's not. It's the shortest of gifts. I should just put that over your picture of just here's EXP Limited just showing me that there is lemons that exist in the world. The lemon tree. It's Springfield all over again. What? Oh, L mentions
to planning stuff out. So typically, when the stream games I run are 2 hours, unless it's a charity game, then I let it go longer.
right.
And so I spend at least an hour or two throughout the week between games prepping for that next session. May not know everything that's going to happen, but I also try to find at least 2 to 3 potential possibilities for the party to do each game. Whether they do them or not is up to them, but at least I have roads they can go down if they need them.
Sure.
And it's stuff I can introduce later if they don't tackle one thing or the other.
Yeah. L says in chat, what I like the most about what I'm hearing is that it is so easy to tailor your game to your players. Well, yes. I guess.
You seem unsure of this, Nathan.
Well, yeah. Once you get a little bit more familiar to your players, running 2 people is obviously different than running 6. But maybe it's not. Maybe you just make an easier challenge for 6 people and a really hard one for 2. But I mean, from the statistics of doing it that way, but also knowing your actual players and kind of who they are helps to organize what you're running. And that's more of a paying attention thing. If you happen to have example that doesn't pertain to anything I did at all, you have an actress who also was apparently a Russian spy at one point and plays up the fact that she doesn't want to say that she was a spy. You might want to, I don't know, work on trying to get a Cloak and Dagger story going that has elements of that.
Nathan, I never asked. Did you do a session 0 for your campaign?
We ran. We actually ran a mock one shot with the characters.
But that doesn't seem like a session 0.
I guess you wouldn't necessarily. Well, we went over their characters at that point and what they did, and worked out some of the idiosyncratic nature of some of what they did.
That sounds more mechanical, though.
I suppose it was. I was mostly just trying to figure out how I was going to get a giant mechanical dinosaur into and out of buildings. That was real. That was one of those things.
Is the answer you should have gone with.
Yeah, I just. I think the way they described it is that, well, actually Barry can get kind of big or small, and it's like, all right, fine. I'll just go with it. That's fine. I don't want to get too hung up on the dinosaur in the room. But no, we had a session 0 essentially to play through to kind of get used to the system, and I did build that from scratch. That was fun, though. It was I had them all on this undersea lab, or just a floating lab out in the middle of the ocean with this scientist who was dealing with very sensitive equipment under the waves in a ship that he called the Pineapple. And the problem that he was having was that there were these very snarky sharks, which were just called snarks. And the snarks were underwater, and they had to figure out how to, defeat the snarks. And as they defeated each one of the snarks, I basically just used a Chandler Bing line as their death line, because the snarks talk in my world. So yeah, I did that.
One day, Nathan, one day you're going to make a character that is serious, and we're all going to be shocked.
I have an idea for a character that is more serious, but super serious, I don't think I could do.
Just super serious, series, punch. One Punch Man, super serious.
Yeah, but frankly, no one wants to see me play a character that is super serious. Like emo kid serious. Like, I don't...
That's not the same thing as serious.
I don't know. What would you consider serious? Like grimdark? Kind of like,
No, grimdark is just brooding.
Yeah, that's... No one wants to see that. Just me being a brooding character, like, I live in the shadows. The shadows consume me. My God. I don't want to play that character.
There's your necromancer.
Yeah. No. My idea for a necromancer was a character who really has delusions of grandeur and thinks that they can rule over the world with an army of the dead, but they're not very good at it. They're trying very hard to be evil, but they just never pull it off. That was Odin. And Odin Zavix was supposed to be the character that just always goes up to goes up to kings and lords and just like, my name is Odin Zavix and I have a proposal for you. You give up all of your gold, you give up all of your kingdoms, and I won't kill you. And then everybody laughs at him because he's not convincing at all that he's going to do anything. And then after they laugh, he's like, all right, we'll renegotiate that. If you give me some money, I'll go away. How about that? I could do that.
I feel like that character would get thrown in jail rather quickly.
He's on the run from a lot of places. Yeah.
I feel like going up to a king and going, yeah, you give me your entire kingdom or I'll kill you. Usually ends up in jail.
Look.
Execution.
Look, this plan is mostly a rebuilding effort. Over the course of a very long time. And realistically, it was like my Game of Thrones character that I was more or less thinking about, not really a D&D character. But,
there's a Game of Thrones RPG, you know.
There is? Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll make one
Song
in
of
that.
Ice and Fire.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
What's the big difference between... Oh, you probably
I
haven't
don't
seen it.
remember because it's been years since I played it.
Oh, did you actually play it?
Yeah, I played it with my friend Anakin years
Oh.
ago.
Oh, okay. You never saw
I've
the
never
show,
seen Game
right?
of Thrones, no, but
Okay.
it was a Song of Ice and Fire we did play.
Did you read the books?
No.
Okay. So you're only you're only familiar with Westeros because of the game.
I'm not even familiar with it.
You're not even familiar with Westeros?
Not really.
And Easteros? I can't remember what the
No,
other continent was.
I don't really care either way. No, Song of Ice and Fire.
I don't think the
remember anything about
showrunners
the
did
game,
by
but-
the end either, but
but there is an RPG for that.
There was an RPG for that. I feel like that's the new... There's an app for that. There's an RPG for that. We just talked about that on the show. That like everything's an RPG.
That's not what we talked about. Is it? I don't remember. One of my coworkers listens to the show,
Yeah.
and he'll come up to me and talk to me about it.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm like, what episode are you talking about, and what the hell did we talk about? Because I do not remember.
I'm glad you're paying attention to the show that we do.
I'm like, my memory is shit, and we recorded that like at least 2 weeks ago.
The weekly muse we did from the episode that's out now. Yes, the one that's out now is it comes with packets of salt. That episode
Oh, okay.
was that they were making everything into board games and RPGs. That there was a Power Rangers RPG, that there was going to be a RuneScape RPG, a G.I. Joe RPG,
G.I. Joe,
Transformers, that all the Disney attractions were getting board games, that everything turned into an RPG.
DC, when are you running your Power Rangers one shot?
Well, no one's asked me to run a Power Rangers one shot. But I'll figure out a way to use D&D to run Power Rangers.
I hope they never ask you to run a Power Rangers one shot personally. Not because you'd be bad at it, because no.
it'd be crazy. The thing I keep wondering about with Power Rangers, and I think I mentioned this on the show, is are your classes just the color that you get to be? Like, do you determine that you get to be blue or green? Do I get to just be Green Ranger Power?
I don't know. Your powers would be based on the type of mech you have.
Probably.
Oh, I didn't even think of it. I get mechs.
Yeah.
I hope I get.
I mean,
mechs.
there's a Transformers RPG for that.
The inspectors, where I put them in an alternate dimension where it was more like Pacific Rim meets, say, Voltron or Power Rangers. They were all in mechs, and they could Voltron them together into a thing.
Oh, sure.
Did you run a game like that?
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
Just one episode, because they were in an alternate dimension, and yeah, they were all in mechs, and each, and I had it where, and again, this was just using D&D. I had it where they weren't really their class until they were in their mechs, and then once the two were together, they were fully their class and everything.
Oh, okay.
But
Now,
they didn't have all their powers unless they were in their mech.
Oh, okay.
Fair. Nice.
When
I've never seen Pacific Rim.
you haven't seen Pacific Rim?
No, I don't watch things.
This is the My Neighbor Totoro argument all over again.
It's a little
Alex
different.
hasn't seen Pacific Rim.
What? Right, well. Screw you guys. I'm already home.
You haven't even seen South Park. What are you doing?
I don't like South Park. I've seen South Park.
Reference. All right. With the Zords though, the not Zords, but the Zords in the Power Ranger thing, do they combine together at some point? Do all the?
You did say they were Voltron-like.
I would hope so.
In the one shot, I let them all put together, and then I let them describe what it looks like when they all form together.
Perfect.
And then I let them determine who was kind of the main pilot and everything like that. So
Okay. Yeah, because I started wondering if maybe there were like ship controls or something where everybody has to do certain actions with certain parts, or how that.
Yeah, I had one person kind of be the captain, and then everyone on their turn they could use a power of their mech, but there was
okay.
one person that was controlling the direction of the thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
I would have my mech just look like a giant pile of trash.
L
does reflect what's on the inside.
I see your true colors shining through. L had another question. Do your parties try to sabotage you like D&D Tumblr makes me think they do?
It's a green post kind of day.
Yeah. You know, the thing about, I think that's D&D Tumblr's
It's a shady place.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. See, when I think about that, I'm kind of thinking, that most of the posts are probably going to be like the everybody clapped sort of stories, where where people are just like, yeah, and then we screwed up the DM's plans, and people outside all started clapping, and we were happy. It's those kinds of stories. But I don't know. I don't know if you have a party that's always trying to sabotage you, I don't know if you want to run that game anymore. I think that kind of defeats the purpose.
And we talked about session 0. We didn't really define it, just in case someone doesn't know. It's
Fair.
basically getting together the people you're going to play with, and you lay out the world a little bit. You tell them, the setting, and then you lay out what you expect of each other and the type of game you're trying to run, like that. And in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, or a Dungeons and Dragons thing, they do have recommendations on running a session 0, as people call it. So there's a whole section on it in one of the last chapters of that book, if you want guidance on it, or there are plenty of, just Google the term session 0.
Yeah.
There's lots of videos around that. But yeah, if someone's always sabotaging, like Nathan said, it's probably not a game with people you should be playing with.
Yeah, that's one of those things where the internet has a lot of these horror stories of things like that. But I feel like people who are in a group that they enjoy, and it's not just, it's the only group I can find kind of deal. I feel like most people don't tend to have those issues in those horror stories as often.
Right. There is a YouTube channel that I have watched some videos from because I'm just fascinated, called Crit Crab. And Crit Crab is basically has stories from the internet about horror stories in gaming, and I sit there and I say, on the one hand, I'm amazed and kind of shocked that it would happen, but also at the same time, not necessarily, because what you get out of a lot of those stories is, they didn't really meet ahead of time. They were not familiar with the people that they were playing with. They didn't do any kind of prep work or session zeros or anything. They had a very loose framework. Things did not work out well in those scenarios, which is why you really want to do those. Even then, keep people to that if they then decide not to do what they said they were going to go along with,
There's actually a bunch of YouTube channels that are just text-to-speech devices that are reading Reddit posts verbatim.
Yeah.
That are like RPG horror stories, and it's just reading the entire thing. It's like, okay, well,
yeah,
there's a lot of them. They get lots of views. I think we didn't think our podcast and YouTube channel career through. You could just set up a text device reading Reddit posts and get thousands more views.
Yeah. It's hey, people love disaster stories. It's a disaster film,
unfortunately.
But yeah, it is. What was one of the ones that I was hearing? It was about I guess it was like an online game, and they didn't really know the people that were playing. And one of the folks that was there was talking about how, like, I really get, so everybody knows, like, I'm really interested in the character development or whatever. And then they come in and they have, like, no backstory and, like, 1 page of text about what they do. And it's like, oh, okay. And then they wanted to just do everything. And the GMs was like, well, no. I mean, it's not really the campaign. And then got very angry that they weren't allowed to just do everything in the game. And it's like, yeah, we tried to explain that's not really what we were doing here. Sorry. And then there's also stories of like, hey, I thought it was a good idea to play with my ex in a game.
With your axe?
With my ex.
Oh.
I mean, maybe you'd get maybe an axe. Hopefully, an actual axe isn't involved. But I mean, hit with an
Only in
axe,
Florida.
sure. Yeah, exactly. The D&D, those are LARPing to the extreme. You don't want to do that. But yeah, people that you have weird relationships with in real life, thinking to yourself,
So
sure,
everyone.
I'll play. Yeah, this is why I never get to play games. It's the idea. Yeah.
D&D awkwardly social edition.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
I'm sorry, socially awkward.
socially awkward one. Yeah.
My bad.
Oh, I gotta change my thing.
Welcome back, L.
Oh no, I don't. I didn't change the position of total Pebble knockdown to begin with. No one told me. Okay, that's fine. Well, we're back.
Oh, we
now.
thought you were just paying attention.
No. Have you
Yeah.
not met me?
I've unfortunately met you for far too many years.
Rest in peace, me.
There you go.
Rip me indeed.
R.I.P. Anyway, how are you tonight, Elle?
I am good. I got a lot of house cleaning done today. Got my daughter tucked in bed. I'm ready to unwind for the night.
Perfect. Perfect. We have been going over some of the questions that you've put together, and a term called ARPG just happened to float in there. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that.
Oh my goodness.
I
We
do
are
know
going
a
to
little bit
eventually
about it.
do an episode about ARPGs, Nathan. Do not worry.
I
But
love
she can also, if you
ARPGs.
would like to, you can give us a brief rundown of what those are if you want.
I can?
If you want to,
can?
you can.
I
Nathan
can.
asked
Who
you.
did you say? Who did
Who
You
with the
asked-
what now?
Nathan asks you a question. If you want to give a brief rundown of what an ARPG is, feel free. If you're not up to it,
I
that's
feel
also fine.
I'm up to it. I'm here for it. But also I feel like Cray should have a little bit more expertise on this. I've never actually hosted an ARPG. But the way that I explain it to people who no, but she's been a lot more hands-on in the running. So the way that I explain ARPGs to people who don't know what they are is it's basically like Dungeons and Dragons, and to move your character forward, instead of rolling a dice, you draw an art piece. That's how you progress your character through the storyline. And I mean, it's a really oversimplified version of what you're actually doing, because most people don't want to hear the ins and outs of the pretend dogs that I draw. So
Okay.
I don't normally have an environment to share about what these communities are like. I'm in quite a few. The one that Cray and I are actually in two together. One is a very loose, kind of free for all dogs, just regular like bingo dogs. You draw your dog characters doing dog stuff, going on walks, learning obedience, going to a dog show. These are just things, I'm super interested in animals in real life. I love to draw animals, and it just came very naturally to create these characters. And I didn't just want to have all the characters and not have a reason to have them.
Mm.
So that's kind of how I discovered it. But there is I feel a little bit like Cray is more qualified to talk about Dakotas, but Dakotas is the biggest
almost
ARPG
like
that I'm a
she's-
part of.
It's almost like
Right,
she's
almost like she's
a-
got controlling interest,
an admin or
Almost.
something.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So
So Dakotas is the biggest one I partake in, and Cray could explain it way better than me. It's the thing that we've shared art in the art channel about. Those are Dakotas, big wolf bear dog things, and there's
That's
entire system of fantasy lore that's absolutely captivating to read about, and I just super love participating.
sure.
It has been so much fun.
Yeah. Did we ever determine that the fish had names? I was very looking forward to
fish
having-
don't get names.
You're never
Fish are
supposed to
friends, not
name
food.
something that you might have to eat.
Except for pigs.
And Kyle the goat.
Kyle the goat. Well, rest in peace, Kyle. So our ARPG, is that art role-playing game?
Uh-huh. Art
Okay.
role-play game. Yep.
An art PG. Great.
I know people who will say ARPG as its own word, and I am not capable of making the sound that they make when they say it. So I just have always called it ARPG.
ARPG. Yeah.
Like how
Yeah, I can't. I'm
I
not
would
playing
call
that game.
the dog one Darpg.
Darka. I like that. I like that a lot. So I have this horrible problem where I get really inspired about a project and then I work on it for 6 or 7 hours and then I'm so sick of it I never touch it again. And I have a
Cool.
few storylines or game systems that I've felt really inspired about and I've started them and I've had an idea and I've kind of like made a website or laid a foundation and then I look at it a couple of weeks later, it's like, oh, that could have been so cool, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
And that's where all of my ARPGs have gone. That's
Fair.
why I haven't have my own.
Yeah. No, I feel you. There's a lot of stuff that just ended up in the bin of ideas that never went anywhere somewhere in like collective
Yeah,
consciousness.
I tried this.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing that I tried.
Yeah.
That's what the closet in my art room looks like.
Yeah. What I do
I
find...
tried oil paints once.
Oh, yeah. And they're still there?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
One of my exes that I played
All
D&D
of the
with
full tubes.
See.
has a degree in painting and specialty in oil painting. So 2 of the paintings I have in our apartment are hers.
Oh, okay.
I do enjoy oil paint. I can't take the smell of paint thinner, so that makes it hard to work with. I have to do it outside. And I'm not invested enough to pick up after myself when I do a project like that. I would rather throw the paintbrushes away than waste my time trying to get all the oil paint out of them. So I would just paint with acrylic, where I could wash the paint out with the water.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the great thing about it is that if you keep those things around long enough, you'll try to incorporate them into something else. Usually unsuccessfully. I always love it when I have a project that I'm like, I'll come back and I'll use this in something else. And then I do, and then that other thing also never goes anywhere. So it's like it's like a double fail on my part.
My most recent revelation on that subject has been if I get something that's good enough, it's never going to get any better. If I make a prototype or if I sketch out a work in progress and that got the idea out of my head, that's close enough. That's it. It's never going to be anything more than that.
Yeah.
It's just an idea and that's it.
Yeah. And then what?
Or in the house. We had a lot of renos here in the house when we bought the one that we're in now. Mm-hmm. And we have some projects that just never got finished. Like none of my baseboards got painted because the baseboards are on there. We're almost there. It's good enough. We've been here 2 years with unpainted baseboards.
I don't feel bad. There is a piece of trim in my room that it's been 10 years. I have never gotten a piece of trim up. It's just not going on.
I look at it here from my chair and I acknowledge the trim that's sagging and smiling at me from the doorway, and then I continue about my business.
Yeah, exactly.
One day trim.
Yeah.
Not today, though. Definitely not today.
I have to manufacture a whole thing just so that I can make this one tiny thing that I have to put up. Yeah, some other day. Yeah, later.
I have to open a whole can of paint. I have to get out a whole tarp. I'm not playing that game right now.
No.
I could just sit here and work on these projects I'll never finish.
Yeah. Eventually it just becomes like a neat feature of your room. The spot that doesn't have the trim on it. Or the spot that doesn't have paint.
Would be.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert, but I think now would be an excellent time to plug your sponsor again, right? Because we're talking about keeping ourselves on track. That's one of your sponsor for this. Or what did you say up here? There's a thing. Oh,
Raid Shadow Legends.
No, that was a miss. Okay, I'm back. Okay, it took me a second. But
Okay.
I'm back.
All right.
all of the synapses needed to connect again. So to plug that world building website that's not a sponsor, but you have to pay to play. That's
World
Anvil.
I saw the pay part.
Oh,
and I got excited.
Okay.
So
no.
There you go. Their plug World is good practice for getting World Anvil to sponsor you, though.
Oh yes.
Free World Anvil.
One day when we have the audience they seek,
then
and
I
by
can get
audience,
the World
I mean
Anvils.
numbers they seek.
Yes. How many?
I think there are some free alternatives, though. I know when DeviantArt switched to Eclipse, and everybody was like, screw this place, we're leaving. They all started coming up with these new websites you can host your characters and their bios and your world building ideas. I'm sure there's more than one of them.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're interested in using World Anvil, there may be an alternative that doesn't cost.
There probably is, but notebooks work just fine.
Well, like for me, for D&D, I actually just use D&D Beyond for the character developer, because they.
What is that?
If you go to dndbeyond.com, it's D&D's online portal, and you make an account there, they'll let you just build characters in the system, and then if you want to, you can buy the supplements, and the options open up for you for subclasses, spells, etc. In fact, what I could probably do is I can share a copy of my character's page.
Full disclosure, I am a moderator for D&D Beyond.
Yeah,
full disclosure.
Yeah.
Full disclosure.
One of the 700 channels?
Yes, one of the 700
channels. is indeed that. But what I will do...
699 more to go.
Yes.
Only that many more plugs. Nice.
I will...
I'm ready.
I will actually share the character sheet. I think that will come up. Maybe. Possibly.
Oh my gosh.
For Max, this is the character that I play in the game that we're doing with Alex, and that's Max Jaguar.
So
my god, I'm intimidated by all these numbers.
Since we're talking about D&D Beyond on the live stream, we need to go through you to get them to pay us for this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just kidding.
I think that's how that works. But yeah, so that's Max. That's my aging rock star, rock gnome bard.
Rock gnome.
He's a rock gnome because he does indeed rock. He's been doing this for a long time.
Oh no!
And he's still terrible.
He's not terrible. He's very good.
Okay.
He killed a lot of orcs. Let's face it.
This may be a little naive of me, but what is the benefit of having a bard in a party? Why are you taking my party?
Well, Alex, would you like to
ask?
What did the bard bring to the table?
Bards are a jack of all trades, typically, and master of none. They are good at a lot of things, and depending how you want to specialize that, they can be very good at certain things. But they have a lot of utility, and they're a lot of support. Both with their magic and their bardic inspiration. So they can basically make the other players better at what they do in a lot of cases, or they can take spells to help heal, which is really nice if you don't have a healer, or if you just need a secondary partial healer. Or they, I believe, can get act like a rogue and do some backstabbing.
And they can eventually be a little bit more like a wizard too, depending on what you're building. But I can tell you, I was very intimidated by doing spellcasters. I would usually play a monk or possibly a rogue. And I just said, well, if we're going to try and teach people a system, I'll try to be a support class. And when I think of support classes, I usually think of bards. Depending on who you talk to, bards are either a class that you wouldn't think of playing or are actually completely OP for the system if you actually look at what they're capable of, because they're either okay at stuff or incredibly good at stuff at the same time. They're like really good at some things and they're just generally okay at everything else. Like no weaknesses, all strengths. What I'm fascinated by though is that as far as a spellcaster goes, you get a lot of support spells, but the damage spells you get are real good. Like Shatter is I don't know. Shatter did a good job.
Listen,
Thunder
nothing
Wave
beats
did a good job.
a warlock cantrip.
But see, Alex, I'm a
Okay.
College of Lore Bard, and that means that in another level or two, I can just pick that up for free.
Great.
This is probably a noob question. You're going to have to tolerate it. I have to ask.
Sure.
I am hearing classes and moves and skill sets and stuff that I recognize in the MMORPG scene, World of Warcraft, Guild Wars. These are classes and races that I'm familiar with. But are these like copyrighted ideas? Does somebody own these things and we're just, borrowing them for our game?
Well, a DC answer.
Can we
'cause
do
it's
whatever
such
we
an
want
answer.
with them?
Yes,
It's a good guess.
yes. It depends on the class and race. There are certain things that are owned by certain people. So if you see, I'll use this as an example, and I don't think this one will work, but sometimes the kobold might be called something different, but you still recognize it as a kobold because the word kobold is copyrighted by somebody. But
Okay.
out of not now, that was just a hypothetical. I don't think kobold is actually one of those.
Right.
Like a Death Knight, right? Anybody could make something that could do the same thing your Death Knight does, but you can't call it a Death Knight unless it's a Blizzard character.
I don't think they copyrighted that. I
might
think
not
Death
have.
Knights are actually in other games as well. I think there used to be a D&D class for Death Knight.
What about, like, I think Beholder might fall into that
Oh
category,
yeah, Beholder is
right?
trademarked.
Is copyrighted.
Yeah,
I think Warforged might, which is just robot person in a way.
fair. Yeah.
So I could make a rogue, and nobody owns the concept of a rogue character.
Right.
Not really, no.
They're
I
probably
could
all
call it
gonna
a
be.
rogue. It can.
They're probably all gonna be very similar in concept to what they do, but maybe not mechanically exactly the same.
Yeah.
Is there some kind of like rule book that I have to follow when I make a character for a game, or is that something that your dungeon master or your game master will do for you? They'll
There's a player's
tell
handbook
you.
on what your class can do. And then all classes starting at level 3, or, well, some have them at level 2, have a subclass, which is more like your specialization that you go to throughout the rest of your character's career. And then,
Right, a talent tree.
yeah,
Sort
and
of.
at different levels, you unlock something from your base class or something from your subclass, your specialization.
The only experience I have playing a character that takes on roles like this would be in World of Warcraft. I played pretty regularly from Warlords of Draenor to Legion. Played all the way through the end of Legion. Couldn't beat the last boss. Could not do it. Tried real hard. But it ended up costing too much. I didn't want to mess with it. My internet's shoddy here. My husband and I actually met on a free server, like a private WoW server.
Oh,
And we played that for a long time, but he is worried about our network security with unofficial servers, basically. He's not
sure.
not interested in losing everything we have because we downloaded a offshore free WoW,
Right.
So that's why I stopped playing. But it wasn't for content. I was super excited about the new content they were releasing, and
Sure.
I played a DPS druid, but I could sometimes heal if they needed me to. But everybody would die if I was your healer.
So you
Everybody,
played a
always.
Boomkin.
No, I was so we played for the Horde,
Of course.
and
could still be
I
a
was
Boomkin
a
for the
troll
Horde.
druid.
Boomkin is
No,
the
no.
spellcasting DPS.
Yeah, but I am melee. because I can't really move around and also fight because I'm not good at video games. So if you're a feral combat druid, you can just run right up in there and start button mashing, and you don't have to run anywhere.
Oh, okay.
I
I've
am
played
a
lot
master
of
at the
WoW.
3-key button mash.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think I was a druid too, but I don't
Yes,
even
you were.
I don't even remember what I did. I
You
knew.
did not much.
Thanks.
Not much. Oops.
I
Yeah, I've
played-
noticed.
I turned into a werecat all the time and just did that. That's pretty much what I did.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, Nathan
But
played
the
during
reason.
Crusade.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's so long ago.
Wrath of the
And
Lich King.
that-
I was in there for that too. I was there for that.
Oh, maybe you just remember
Druid
Fairy
abilities
Land.
in Legion, the druid abilities got a complete overhaul, and you had instead of a form that you could take as a shapeshifter, you carried a weapon that altered the form that you had, and everybody was all bent out of shape because in the next expansion, when you level up and get a cooler weapon, you lose this cool form. You got to go back to your original cat form, and nobody liked that. I don't know how they do it because I never played for the other expansions, but that was the last time. Everybody was all bent out of shape because they did not want to lose their claws of, I think it's a Ajara, claws of Ajara weapon.
I think what happened with that specifically was, I think for some of them, they might have gotten cosmetics that they could use for those to get those forms again.
Yeah, transmogs or whatever.
Transmogs, yeah. But the thing I hate about that specifically with Legion is afterwards they're like, all right, well, all your artifact weapons lose all their powers. And then even if you're playing now, you can play like in Legion as if you were still playing leveling through Legion, because you can pick which expansion pack to level through now.
Cool.
Which is really cool, but they didn't make it so that if you're playing through Legion, for instance, you don't have access to the artifact weapon powers. Still, those are still locked out. And I'm like, that's pointless.
Yeah, you just took, that was the whole hype about
Yeah.
the art expansion, were these cool artifact weapons.
Yeah. It's like you
That's a
put
little
the thing
sad.
back in, but you didn't like let us use it the way it's supposed to be used. Okay, thanks, Blizzard.
Thanks, Blizzard.
Much appreciate, guys. So, with that knowledge, that really the only RPG structure I'm familiar with is WoW builds and WoW classes and characters.
Sure.
Are the official D&D races and classes similar, or do they have different lore, like strikingly different?
It'll be strikingly different lore. D&D is typically pulled more closely from Tolkien, I believe, in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and so games like World of Warcraft and everything are like all your role-playing games are kind of based on D&D in some way and have their differences. And then, yeah, there's just different lore around each thing. So.
Sure. They're going to
That makes sense.
Yeah, there are going to be some similarities. Like you're probably going to be somewhat familiar with like an elf or a dwarf.
Yeah.
Or a human. It's this weird race that they put into the game called a human.
Who would have thought?
That I know it's odd. But you'd probably be a little familiar with those, and you'd probably be familiar with some of the classes, because there is a druid in Dungeons & Dragons as well as in World of Warcraft. And there's fighter classes, and there's spellcasters and stuff. The basic framework will probably be very similar. Like if you created like your druid character in WoW and you were like, I'd kind of like to create something similar to this in D&D, you could probably do that. It wouldn't be exactly the same, and it might not have all the same options, but you could get something similar, like in terms of play style.
Get pretty close.
Yeah.
Things would be very recognizable to you as a WoW player.
Yeah.
If you went to D&D, as a long-term WoW player, I can say that. you'd be like, oh, it's like if you're playing a rogue in D&D, you'd be like, oh, this is like Shadow Step.
Right.
Because
Right,
if you get an
okay.
assassination rogue, you get an ability to basically Shadow Step in D&D.
Right.
That's cool.
Yeah. And I think
I
oh, go ahead.
Oh no, it's a little bit of a tangent. So
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say that if
Tangent Pebble Knockdown.
if you have someone that was running you too that might be familiar with WoW, they could probably also reference areas that you were in to places in World of Warcraft, because very similar to
We're
like
just hanging out in the Barrens. Welcome to Barrens Chat.
yeah, exactly.
why the Barons?
Because reasons.
Why have you forsaken me?
Don't do
because
this.
everyone needs a little Barrens Chat in their life.
No, we're not
Oh.
playing with the Barons. I don't think I
All
ever
that's
even
in the Barons are zebras.
Zebras are man's best friend.
Zebras.
but like I keep thinking like the world of World of Warcraft and the world of Dungeons and Dragons have a lot of varied landscapes. So if you were looking at like going into the woods or different cities or anything in D&D, they could probably reference something similar in a WoW that you could work off of and just say, well, it's sort of like this city that you might be familiar with from a visual standpoint, but there's a few things that you could use it as a good visual reference as well as a world design reference.
Sure.
Yeah, you could do that.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, you may tangent away if you would like.
I am. It took me a second to load. I was buffering a little bit. I couldn't remember what my tangent was. So Charlie and I found a YouTube commercial a couple of months ago for a place called Hero Forge, and they do 3D printing for tabletops, and you can make these custom 3D printed. Oh man, she and I spent probably 3 or 4 hours just making little figurines online, dressing them up like little dolls. And I noticed there, like when in the Hero Forge description of the classes or the races or whatever, they gave certain things about orcs didn't line up. That's the one that sticks out for me. Like cultural traditions about orcs were a little different. In World of Warcraft, they're seen as kind of I wouldn't call them peaceful, but more tribal, less barbaric and more tribal. And on Hero Forge, the information that they had about orcs was very barbaric and uncivilized and no community. And it just, that's the first time I'd noticed the discrepancies between the two types of games, the characters in both games, was on Hero Forge. And I'd wondered if anybody had seen it.
Yeah,
So there you go.
That's probably just a difference in what lore they're kind of allowed to use or basic allowed to use. I mean, even going back to Tolkien, who kind of came up with the orcs, a lot of that orcs are always evil is rooted in racism. And something
Wow.
D&D has worked to correct over the last year or two as well, and giving them more, trying to go back and take these things out of their modules or make orcs. They made blanket statements like, okay, not all monsters are evil, but they can be.
That's quite a fascinating aspect that I don't think I've in a fantasy world where part of the foundation of the world are these different fantasy races. It's a little unfair to think that people wouldn't have a favorite or a least favorite. I don't think that's inherently racist. I think you're allowed to have a fantasy race favorite. I don't know about that. What a weird. I never thought about that before.
Just talking about the backstory of orcs. And
yeah, that's I would have never imagined that.
Yeah, when Tolkien wrote them, they were kind of based on some racist ideas, and different people think if you sat Tolkien down and said, "Hey, look, maybe not so much this with orcs," he probably would have said, "Okay," because he seemed like a reasonable person. Of course, he's we don't know, but yeah, you can have a favorite if you like orcs by all means. If you have a tribe of orcs and they're thinking intelligent beings, great, go for it. It's fine to be an orc.
What
Yeah,
a
Realize that
interesting element.
We need to sit
I never
Lovecraft
would have
down
thought
now
about that.
as well with the racism aspect.
was the most.
What is?
H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh,
Ah, doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, Cthulhu mythos.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu, that rings a bell.
There you go.
I know
Gods,
Cthulhu.
Thoth, and all of those.
That was a little
no,
more
H.P.
overt.
Lovecraft is also noted to be maybe just a little bit on the racist side of things.
I think a little is an
So I don't-
understatement for Ray Lovecraft.
I don't know too much about actual Cthulhu lore, but I do know that when my niece was only 2 years old, her father taught her to respond to people by asking if they wanted to know about her Lord and Savior Cthulhu.
Oh dear.
That is
2 years
also
old.
accurate. Yeah. That is good. That is good. Yeah. So the lore behind Cthulhu is very interesting. But yeah, H.P. Lovecraft, even for his day, there'd probably be people that were like going, "Whoa, dude."
Yeah, went a little hard.
What? Come on. I mean, really? It doesn't, like, it will show up in some of the stories, but if you're, picking one at random, it might not be as obvious. But what happened a lot with, like, Call of Cthulhu when it became, like, a role-playing game and a mythos all of its own is that it did get reinterpreted without a lot of that in it for the modern day. And because that... And it's been so long since Lovecraft wrote that it's been able to be interpreted in new and more interesting ways. But he himself...
What are we talking timeline here? So long, like
Lovecraft
80s,
was
90s, or so long,
Oh,
like
no,
64?
Lovecraft was what, a good 100 years back, I want to say.
Oh, that's like
30s?
very long.
He died in 1937.
There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say it was about 100 years back. Yeah, that he wrote those stories.
In the 60s, Lovecraft, we're talking, further
longer.
back.
Yeah, longer.
Very long.
Yeah. It's a long shadow. And actually, interestingly enough, in his day, Lovecraft really wasn't particularly noted. His work was only really acknowledged or got popular well after his death.
With most artists.
As with most artists, yeah. With a lot, some of the best.
Right.
But yeah, no, in his time, he really wouldn't have been recognized for much. People would probably have known who he was, but he wasn't popular. But I think what happened is that when the idea of cosmic fiction came into play and people liked the notion of cosmic horror, that was sort of the framework that they went off of, is what he had put forward with the Cthulhu mythos. And then they kind of just ran with the idea of cosmic horror as a notion, which is very hard to explain.
This is a niche in popular culture world that I have never seen before. I didn't realize there were people in the world that knew this much about Cthulhu mythos. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm definitely not an expert on that subject, but
There are people that know far more than I think all three
I
of us
didn't
combined.
realize
had them
there
on the
was
show.
Cthulhu mythos.
Oh, there's so much of those.
I want to know. Okay, so
I'm gonna.
I think that if I could just make a Total Pebble Knockdown recommendation, I would love to see content aimed for people like me who don't know anything about the community or the game or the topics, and introducing me to things that like are foundational to knowing about it. Like, I had no idea that we're talking about
so
somebody who
perfect for
died
that.
over 100 years ago.
Oh yeah.
I had
have
no
a playlist
alive
of videos
or
for
dead.
you
billions of people died a long time ago. But
So-
specifically,
I'm very excited to learn.
I have shared a link to a playlist from a YouTuber I very much enjoy, called the Exploring series.
actually,
It's 20 videos that are exploring the Cthulhu mythos. So
Oh my
have fun.
gosh.
yeah.
Yeah, if you
I'm
want to
so
go
excited.
down that.
So, since we are talking about going on other YouTube channels, another experience I have with tabletop is through the Jazza Art channel and his tabletop time adventures.
Mhm.
Like, I started watching him make the tabletop miniatures, but he also has like his gameplay, and I don't know if that's standard or not. Oh, look, Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm not familiar with this person, so
Oh, they are
It-
fun. They have a wonderful. I think they have a great voice for what they do. Oh, what? Are you talking with Jazza or are you talking about the Exploring series, DC?
Jazza.
I
Okay.
said, okay,
My
I'm
bad.
following. I like Jazza. I found Jazza for his art channel and his drawing tutorials that were posted, eons ago. And since then, he's launched an awesome business. He's taken his entire YouTube community on the ride with him. He's a really cool creator, and I totally enjoy watching his stuff. But his tabletop miniatures are what first got me interested in playing a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, because the miniatures are breathtaking. I mean, he made a whole humongous table thing, like it's extraordinary. I could find the link if you wanted it, but
Sure, that'd be wonderful.
I think I know what you're talking about now, though. So
I'll get it for you.
Um,
Let me. Hopefully, it doesn't play my auto YouTube thing in your ears. If it does, I'll mute real fast.
but as for the question of is that typical, I don't believe that it is the norm. I don't think
It's very intimidating to watch tabletop time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, like I have a bunch.
Like they seem so professional. I mean, I get that this is his job, so hopefully he is professional. I'm sorry I cut you off again, but that intimidates me, not the gameplay. Sorry.
Yeah. So there's theater of the mind play, which is basically what I do. You're doing like radio drama stuff, and Nathan largely does theater of the mind. And then there's playing with minis, and that's a whole separate hobby on its own, and getting terrain and setting all that up. So you can play either way, whatever's comfortable for you. I have a friend who kind of needs a map to go, okay, where am I? And it just because of how his brain works in spatial orientation, the map is really the only I can say, okay, yeah, you're close enough to do that, but he just really kind of fixates on needing some sort of visual representation. And you can
I can relate to that.
yeah, and you can do massive builds on things, or you can just get a grid laid out on paper and take some plastic and things. I have a bunch of minis. Have never painted a mini before, and I don't know if that's a hobby I'll ever get into. So if I use a mini, it'll just be the little gray color that they all come as, unless I buy Hero Forge and get one that's already painted.
Yeah, a colored one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll paint your minis.
Awesome. I'll ship you a
They'll be Warhammer colored.
cool.
But yeah,
I
not
am
everyone.
very drawn.
Mm-hmm.
You're
And-
very drawn
Sorry.
as an artist.
I was very drawn to the visual arts of gameplay. So when I first started looking into how to play Dungeons and Dragons, and I saw those numbers and there's like not even a picture of my face. I couldn't do it. I just set it back down. What do I look like? I can't look at these numbers. I can't play like this.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
Sometimes I wonder, and this was definitely an issue for me coming into it, was the idea that it looks very bewildering by the amount of different numbers and stats and mechanics that are involved with D&D until you start to realize that once you actually get into it, it doesn't really have to be quite as mechanical as they make it out to be, and depending on what kind of campaign you're running, you might not actually interact with a lot of them. There are going to be campaigns where you have a lot of tactical players that are going to want to do dungeon crawls. They're going to be very interested in how many hit points they have at any given time, when they can do a short rest, what the time frame is in order to do that, if they have a place where they can rest, what they have for components for spells, etc., etc. Or you can have campaigns that want to do more of like investigations and recon and diplomacy and stuff like that, and they would need to know different kinds of stats and abilities. Or you would have ones that like the character design, or like you were talking about, like the artistic aspects of it and developing your personality and stuff like that. And you might not typically need most of those, or you wouldn't interact with them and on a regular basis. If you're not getting into combat a lot, you probably aren't going to be too concerned with what kind of offensive spells you have. But that depends too on the campaign that you're going to be running or playing.
And D&D does have basic rules for free. D&D Beyond has a whole section on how to play D&D, and I'll post that link there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
It lets you read the basic rules.
Handy.
The basic rules are free to everybody. You can download them off the Wizards website as well, or just read them on D&D Beyond, like it says, and they kind of take you through the basic steps.
I don't know if I think that is exciting or intimidating.
Both.
Yes.
We'll let you know when I have decided.
But yeah, not everybody is gonna play with those giant scapes of scenery and dungeons and all that stuff, and I don't think most groups do. I'm sure there is a sect of the D&D and RPG players who definitely go into that hard, and I feel like that would intersect with the tabletop wargaming community fairly well, I think. But I think it's a lot more expensive to get into that section of it specifically, and it's a lot bigger of a barrier to entry for people.
Yeah.
Whereas these free rules, for instance, are free, and you can learn how to play D&D accessibly there, yeah. But if we were to say, all right, read these rules, and also you need to have a miniature of your character, and then you need to paint it, and then you need to make all of the scenery so you can play this game, you might go, no.
I just want to make dope shit. I don't need to follow your rules.
This is a whole mood. I just want to make dope shit.
Yeah, I don't want
to. I would like to know that for the three of you who play, or four of you, because Cray, you play as well, right? Yes?
I'm starting to. I'm learning.
Okay, so when you go into a dungeon, in Dungeons and Dragons, do you personally prefer a strategy, or do you just like to Jenkins in there?
Hey, you know what?
Many whelps.
If you want to create a character called Leroy Jenkins, and your whole deal is to just run into it might
Leroy
not be
Johnson. It's me.
Yeah, you just be Leroy Jenkins. It's going to be fine.
For the boss.
Just beeline for the boss.
Oh, Leroy Johnson. That was why I used the shib haha emoji earlier, because I am a Johnson. Like, that is my actual last name. So
perfect.
The Doc Johnson thing was funny. I laughed. But
it was just for you.
There's Leroy Johnson. That's the joke now.
Yeah.
It's me.
No relation to Cave. At all.
No. No.
But yeah, do we have a plan when we go into a dungeon? We probably think we do.
Try to have a strategy when you are playing on a table. Do you try to talk to your table mates and say, hey, what are we doing here? Do you just pick your own thing, like you're trying your own stuff without them? Like, what's the etiquette there? What do you guys do there? How do we? I need to know.
The
I want to know about the social stuff because I can read like a whiz. I could find all the information if I was invested enough in the social atmosphere.
Yeah.
But not having anybody to do it with makes me not want to do the learning. So
Right.
now that I have the people that do it, how do you do it?
Yeah. DC, thoughts?
Yeah, usually going in, I mean, this will develop over time because as you play a character and you're in a party with other people, you'll kind of learn, okay, this person's going to do this. And you can kind of talk about strategies, but you don't want to be doing something that's going to necessarily harm the mission overall. And so there's some collaboration that goes on, some talking in character, they call it an out of character. And it's just sort of agreements that happen naturally within your group. And
Is there a way to specify in character versus out of character talk?
Yes.
Like, is it obvious?
Well, some people do a voice, or some people don't want to do voices. That's fine too. They'll say my character says blah or does blah blah blah, and yeah, you just.
Oh no, I am wholly feeling method acting. That
Okay,
is
good.
me. I am the character.
All right.
Generally speaking, as well, if the dungeon master or games master isn't sure if what you're saying is in or out of character, they may typically ask. Be like, was that you saying that in character that you think you should kill this guard? Or was that you as a player saying that to the other players, maybe we should kill this guard?
Yeah.
Big difference.
Okay.
There will be some DM jerks who say that everything you say is in character, which
Fuck those
no,
guys.
Leave that D.
eject
Oh no.
Yeah.
them from
So,
Mhm.
as DMs, what do you guys not like to see in players? So I've never done this before. My first campaign, what is the most annoying thing I could do to you guys besides interrupting you every time you try to speak?
Well,
I already know that I
that
do
is
that.
probably the number one.
Yeah.
That's a me problem. I've had it for 30 years. Good luck getting me to stop. You'll have to mute my mic.
I have the power.
That makes you a perfect bard. I hate to tell you that.
Get away from me with your bard bullshit.
Anyway, yeah. So, besides people playing bards, what do you not like?
I was gonna say I hate when people play bards, but actually,
Yeah.
I do hate. I haven't had this issue. It's the biggest trope online. Obviously, is that bards. The only thing they ever do is try to seduce people. I'm
Yeah.
sure
I
everyone
know,
else here
right?
has seen
I
that
said-
trope.
All over Tumblr, but also I think that's a Tumblr
That's
thing.
a Tumblr thing. Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
I can tell you, Max has like no interest in going up and seducing people. He has much more interest in trying to convince people he's famous. So that's his thing.
I see it.
Yeah, because
I
he's a
see
rock
it.
star. He's a rock star. He likes the rock star life. That's all. But that's a completely different arc. Completely different arc for him. So.
My
Alex,
gnomes are so short.
a whole long paragraph I can say on this.
What's that, DC?
I have a long paragraph I can say on this. Did you have sound like you had something to say though?
No. I was just saying that bards who try to seduce everyone quickly get killed.
Yeah.
Right. So, tabletop role-playing games, in my mind, are cooperative games. And so if you're doing stuff actively against the party and you're just, it's like, no, we're here to tell a story together. And, we've agreed how we want to play. And so please, play in what we've talked about beforehand kind of thing. And also people that don't let others get the spotlight. Don't let, that always take the spotlight just for themselves. You're a group. You got to kind of spread out that thing. So those would be kind of the top things that would get to me.
Yeah.
Okay, that is understandable. I think that's just poor social and not being a good team player.
Hmm.
I think that I could see that in any community, not just this one. I like that advice.
Yeah.
Be a team player.
And it's
Don't be a dick.
yeah, just don't be a dick.
That's my advice to you.
It's well, because it is a team exercise. Role-playing games by their very nature, you don't usually see competitive ones. And I saw a video it was a recent one from Matt Colville, where he was talking about the trouble with talking about D&D, which is that there are people that think that it's like a problem you can solve. Like, I could win the D&D if I figure out all of the mechanics. You beat all the monsters. And what he said I thought was very interesting is that, like, your experience from table to table is going to be very different. And if you were to, talk to even a Gary Gygax, he'd probably tell you something to the effect of that, people that are running games were doing kind of like what he was doing when he was running the game after he made it. Just like it's going to be a unique experience for players, and it's not like you can crack the code on how to like up down left right A B start the game.
The journey is why we do it, not the destination. So I think that it's important to remember. Like I asked earlier about plot points, you have to have a plot point, and you said no, and that kind of struck me a little odd. Like, what do you mean we're just hanging out? Why would we do that?
You're just riffing it.
Well, yeah, and sometimes the plot points will.
That's cool.
Yeah, so sometimes plot points will present themselves over the course of time when you were not looking for them. To
be fair,
yes,
D&D is a high percentage of improv.
Yes, a lot of it is indeed winging it. Because if you have people around a table that are making individual choices, it will influence the way a campaign runs. So I will use I'll use the example that I can give from Rift Hunters, which was that I have my covert spy that doesn't want to tell anybody that she is a spy, and she decides that while we're in town, she's going to go to a bar. And it's not the same bar that everybody else is going to. There's like a bar on the left and there's a bar on the right. And she's like, I'm going to the one on the right, not the one on the left. So she's all by herself in this bar. None of the other player characters are around. And she goes to the bar and she's going to get drunk. And the bartender is there, that I believe her name was Diane. And meanwhile, the player is like, I'm not a spy. I'm not a spy the whole time.
Oh, no.
And so the bartender is curious about this. And she's like, oh, well, I can't talk about it because I'm not a spy. And I go, okay, well, I'm going to have you roll for deception. I have to have you roll for something to try and convince her that you aren't a spy. And the roll was not good. And my immediate response was to have the bartender go, so what's it like being a spy? and so for some reason, she was like, I can't. And then all of a sudden my player just kind of goes, and then she passes out at the bar. And so I'm like,
oh, that's a cop-out.
Okay.
Can't.
But here's,
but
you see.
I feel like Nathan could have avoided this with his session 0.
Oops.
But now see, here's the opportunity I have, because I realize, okay, no, it's fine. You want that to be the case. That's understandable. But while you were there and nobody else was looking, I think somebody who heard that you were a spy took an identification piece out of your bag while you were not looking. And when you go looking for it, it will not be there. And you will have to go on a quest to figure out who took it from you. And that will be a story.
Opportunities is another. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that's a whole cloak and dagger storyline that I can have them go on when they get back to town, that she probably would not find out about until we were on a mission and she was looking for something specific. Setting that part up, that's a whole other story. That doesn't work very well. But the part where I started thinking about, ooh, that's an interesting idea, would not have presented itself if those series of events had not happened. I wouldn't have done that.
Right.
Or even considered it.
Right.
Yeah. So sometimes your story beats kind of come along. And that's another thing, too, that's really useful to know about for people that are not familiar with it, is it is very much a collaborative storytelling experience and world-building experience. So if you're sitting there thinking you're running the game and the person running the game is the absolute, they get feedback from the players get informed by the person running the game as well, and the idea ideally is that everybody's kind of working to build something unique from the process of playing the game. And that's also the reason why tabletop games are so unique from table to table.
Right.
So I'm sure I said something useful in there. I said something something interesting in that long
First
rant.
time tonight, don't worry.
That's, that is a difference I have noticed between like the Dakota's ARPG that Cray and I play.
Sure.
As a player, I get input. I can send my feedback to the team. They have a suggestions box. And there are some events that are dependent on participation. And I believe World Tour, which I am admittedly behind on, is a little bit more choice-based, choose your own adventure sort of game.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority of Dakota's gameplay before they launched World Tour, a newer feature, was very much they controlled that the Dakota's team controlled the player experience completely. And
Sure.
no matter how many activities you participated in, you didn't really change your gameplay by your participation. You could do different things, but your storyline doesn't change.
Right. No, I understand.
Yeah, I mean,
that.
it's a bit different when it's thousands of players versus a couple people around a tabletop.
Yeah, I couldn't. That's something that I have recently talked about within my tribe. So in Dakotas, you have basically a guild or a tribe that play together and communicate together. They used to be able to share resources, but I'm not really sure what's going on. I don't know. They hold my hand for the majority of it. That's why I'm in a tribe. But oh no, I don't remember why I started talking about tribes. What happened, Cray?
Yeah, Cray.
I'm buffering. How did I do that? But I think we were talking about Dakotas and the gameplay. Oh, thousands of people.
Yeah.
So
I just asked Cray, and she says they have like between 1,000 and 2,000 active players at any given moment, really.
my tribe and I were just talking about how I couldn't tolerate the pressure of being an admin for that many players, all waiting on something that's RNG based. And what if it's disappointing and then they're going to be mad at me because I'm the admin that I could never do that. How do you sleep at night?
Badly.
How do you sleep at night, Cray?
Poorly, very poorly. It's 2:39. What? Is that a 2? 12:39. I almost just
There you go.
started to cry.
Close. No.
Oh my goodness.
Not quite.
How do you sleep at night? We need to know.
I mean, as far as Dakotas goes, pretty soundly.
Mm-hmm.
No pressure.
I could not take the pressure of being a Dakota's admin.
Yeah. I couldn't deal with the fact that I have to do art. That would be the problem for me.
Yeah. Me too. I can paint
Oh,
miniatures.
no. Dakota's is the reason why I feel my art has improved the way that it has. I used to just doodle as a hobby. I never really took it seriously. And I've drawn almost every day for the last 8 years.
Beautiful.
And I have improved tremendously.
Nice.
Because you can't help but not. So that's an element of that ARPG that they actually talk quite a lot in the community is how important it is to us. It sounds so cheesy and cliche to say, but as a creative outlet and a community that helps us better our skills and our abilities, that it has been an invaluable community to so many people. It's a very unique experience. And you don't have to be a visual artist to participate. You can participate solely by writing literature about your characters.
Interesting.
Very inclusive.
Oh,
Accessible to all.
Well, it has thousands of players. I could kind of gather.
We can get you started.
Oh God, no! Unless you want to see stick figures drawn every single day.
We inundate Nathan with enough editing for the podcast that I don't think he wants to do more work.
That's right.
Oh, that's true.
That's true. I got all the editing that I have to do.
But what I'm hearing is we need to actually do a podcast every day so we can get better at it, Nathan. These last 6 years have been nothing.
We have to do a daily podcast.
No, we just need to record every day.
Oh,
No.
we got to
That's
record
horrible.
every day.
No.
And then I edit every day in between the
Every
days.
day,
Yes.
especially
That's how
not leg day.
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
that's not so.
okay.
Leg day aside, I think that I have a suggestion for the channel for everybody involved. You
DC's part of the
should.
channel now. You're a mod.
No.
Jinx! Sorry.
So you should do a newbie night, right? Jesus, I dropped something. To introduce people like me, talk about it on the podcast, advertise it. It's coming up. If you're interested, if you want to know more, we'll be here. We'll answer your questions. That could be a thing that you do. Because
Yeah.
the only reason I am here is because of Cray. And Cray's like, no, they'll help you. Come on.
Why
And
would
so,
she lie to you like that?
but I think that it could help people like me who want to get involved. Like, I would never think to get started on Dungeons and Dragons just by watching Jazz's videos. I think what he's doing is cool.
Right.
But I would never be able to do that. I don't have that kind of stuff. I would never be able to do that. So it's that accessibility that we have been talking about. It would make
Sure.
the channel would foster that accessibility for all of the games you play. That's another thing. I don't know what games are within, so then within the realm of acceptable content. So then I asked, and Cray said, I think the list of games that are not within the realm of acceptable content is smaller.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's a select few.
where can I find what I could bring to share to the group? Like I talked a little bit about Arc. I play a little bit of Arc.
Yeah, you
but
mentioned that.
what other content? We mentioned Studio Ghibli. That's pop culture content in this subculture here. Where do I find context for your subculture here in the Total Pebble Knockdown Discord?
Oh.
Well, the thing there is our Discord is mostly not newbies, I feel like.
Probably not. Not.
Most of the people are fairly familiar with
Are you
RPGs.
discriminating against me right now?
No, I would never do such a thing. But most of the people that do listen to our stuff or are present, I think, have some level of experience with games.
So you're telling me I have to participate in podcast culture every day for 6 years?
No.
In order to master it,
I'm
it's
saying-
10,000 hours of listening to podcasts.
No, I'm saying that
Do you have
our
10,000 hours of podcasts?
Sure. I
don't
mean,
know.
we probably
got
have
at
a
least
few hundred.
150 hours
Yeah.
at minimum.
I also threw in just for reference because I was like, oh, I think even back when we did Delve, I had a Call of Cthulhu episode, and I did throw a link in there if you're interested. It's Call of Cthulhu. Will Jones from Encounter RPG had come on, and he ran Call of Cthulhu, and he was great. And I had an hour-long interview that we talked about cosmic horror. So if that interests you or that aspect.
Wow.
That was a fun one. Because yeah, we did talk about a lot of different kinds of RPGs. We still do. But Alex is probably right. Like a lot of people, especially if they followed us over from the old show, they're probably pretty familiar with game design. But I would really love to have more conversations for people that need basics explained, because
That's, I mean, if you did like every couple of months, you hosted an event, advertised it, talked about it. This is going on. You could have. That's kind of a neat idea that I am having that I'm not sharing. Sorry.
Certainly.
If you did, my brain is catching up.
Oh, I get where you're coming. I get where you're going with this. Yeah.
I mean, you could host a whole planned calendar of events. On X night we play this game in this server. On X night we do newbie night or newcomers night or whatever you want to call it. There's so many things you could do to up your Discord channel engagement that I think people would really appreciate. Like finding a sense of community online, like what Cray and I found in Dakota's, is they hardly know what they're going to talk about before they start recording each episode. Oopsies. Shots fired. Why don't you just add them next time?
With you, I can send you to a couple Discords that I'm in that where there's a lot of people just starting out and everything like that.
Yeah. Or have those just available. Use your moderator tools and pin them to have in the Discord. Point to them. Even if you don't do a newbie night, right? You can do some modified version of directions to where you can talk to people to learn more, because just looking at those numbers scares me away.
Sure.
But this doesn't.
Yeah.
This makes me want to play.
Yeah. Well, because the numbers don't have to be scary. You don't, always interact with them, and you can kind of start. I mean, hopefully, if you end up playing and you have a DM that's used to playing with new players, they wouldn't even they'd make your character, but they might not really just go into great detail about those until you encountered them or the need for them in the game, and they'd talk a little bit more about your character and where they are, and it could be as simple as being like, okay, we've made your character, and the rest of the people have made their characters, and now let me explain the world that you're in, and now you're in this town, and this is kind of what's going on. And right up until that point, besides the character creation, you really haven't interacted with any numbers, but you've met characters and you've, gone through a town and everything. And then when it comes to, I want to do something. This is a
very Bard argument for not being afraid of numbers.
Yeah.
This is very Bard of you right now.
Yes, exactly. That's the great thing about bards.
You're telling me that you're a bard because you didn't want to deal with the numbers. That's what I'm gathering.
I'm a bard.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm a bard because what I wanted to do.
So you started a garage band.
What I wanted to do was solve all of my. I wanted to solve all my problems through the power of music and the power of song. And I thought that I could do that. And when that fails, I just put my enemies to sleep and run away. Because that is also something I can do.
And then they get eaten by a mimic.
I didn't know the mimic was in the room, Alex. I didn't know the mimic was in the room.
As a response to your comment about discussional and conversational content there has to be an accessible way into your community as well.
Fair enough.
Don't forget that part.
Sure.
So, new players who want to play with you guys because they like your content. How do we get started? How you have an opportunity to mold people who want to get into the hobby into the kind of players you want to play with, basically.
Oh God.
Oh
That's
dear,
scary.
Nathan should not be allowed to do that.
No, don't make me do that.
Revoke his mod privileges.
Oh,
Hire an editor. He'll
He is
survive.
the editor.
I am the editor.
I know. You have to revoke his mod privileges.
That's
I
right.
can just ban him from the server.
Banhammer.
I love the idea. Well, we have 2 co-hosts. One of them's banned from our own channel.
Oh no.
What did he do?
Oh.
Don't ask.
He knows what he did.
Okay, so on an unrelated note.
Oh,
What were you
I
saying,
didn't
DC,
hear
really
you,
quick?
DC. I'm sorry.
I have taught people to play D&D before, and if you are interested in doing possibly a game over Zoom at some point in the future, I can keep that in mind and let you know when that's coming up. Because I'm I'm teaching my best friend D&D in a while too. So if you are
Yeah, well, I really
that-
appreciate the offer, but depending on the timeline, my husband is looking for moving, so I don't know what kind of commitments I have.
I don't know.
That's another question.
It would just be a one-off thing just to kind of learn the system. It wouldn't have to
Oh, okay, just the basics. How to throw the dice. Okay, I like that.
I throw dice.
DC is a great resource for all things D&D, by the way.
Yeah.
In case you're wondering, he has a Twitch channel over at...
Oh, I'm ready. Tell me the Twitch channel again.
Why, it's twitch.tv/DCLasair. That's DCLASAIR. You can find me on Twitch,
I
Twitter,
like that.
Instagram.
All those places.
All those
He
places.
sees the professional here.
Yes.
Or I'm a-
I can tell.
Or at twitch.tv/gildinglight.
Yes.
That's GIL.
I am amongst professionals.
Cray and DC are the professionals.
Right. Gilding Light, that's where the Inspectors was hosted, if I remember correctly.
Cray's like, I'm a professional. It may not be a D&D, but you are a professional in your field of what you do.
For the
So
show.
you are
Thumbnail.
a professional.
Professional in thumbnails.
Yes. Our thumbnails look amazing. And
Takote professional.
and as one of my friends who saw them said, your thumbnails are way too good for the amount of views you have.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I was like, thank you. Your
Mhm.
company that
ouch.
you work for is terrible. They actually aren't going to be working there much longer, but they work for a game company making video games. So
Oh,
Oh.
cool.
I'm not going to name them on something recorded.
Oh. That's some Big Brother stuff if I've ever heard it.
I mean, he's probably talking about some of the lizard people that
Tin hat.
listen to our shows.
Put your tin hat back on.
I gotta put the tin hat back on. Yeah. Alex, if I put the tin hat on, will you reveal the sources of your information?
Nope.
Okay,
Not that one.
fair.
Get ready.
No. Well,
Get wrecked.
then I have no motivation to put on the hat in the first place.
Why are you talking in front of your microphone pickup,
Because
though?
I'm looking at something. I'm looking at something. That's why. But it doesn't matter. So yeah, D&D is fun, but it does take a little bit of encouragement.
I
to
was
get into.
actually
Mhm.
thinking one thing to note also is buy-in.
Mhm.
So apart from, I think we touched on Session 0, you might have not have been here for that, but Session 0 is essentially where you get everyone together and kind of go over what you expect from the game and each other and what kind of game you're playing or want to play, so that everyone that's together is kind of on the same page and has the same expectations. So that's really nice, especially for a newer group. It's like, all right, we're going to be doing this, and everyone can be like, all right, well, I want some of this, or I want some of that, or whatever.
Yeah.
That way everyone's kind of on the same page. But another thing that an aspect of that can be buy-in, where Nathan, you were talking about you're not a spy character. I feel like you in that instance could have mitigated that entire scenario happening and having to deal with that. Not that dealing with the scenario is necessarily a bad thing in cases, but I feel like that one just might have not worked at all for anyone in that situation, perhaps. Buy-in would be where you go, all right, so might be a little railroady, but here's the premise I want to go with, and your characters are here because of this reason. You're here because you are going to do this thing, and let's just start from there so we don't have to essentially have this really strange, awkward beginning trying to figure out why the characters are going on a boat.
Right.
For an example. I'm not sure if you DC use a lot of buy-in with your players, or if you just go over like a session 0, like, hey, here's the idea we're going with or not. But
Oh yeah,
I think it can be handy.
Especially if I'm going to stream something, I try to get in a session 0 if I haven't played with the people before. But like when I did the charity stream on Friday, they were all people I played with, and they kind of knew the puns and things that happen in a game that I run. So I didn't worry too much about it. And I give them a basic, here's what you're doing, and then I throw them in. However, on my home game, the current campaign they're in, I'm like, wherever you were, whatever you're doing, you're no longer doing it. You're falling out of the sky. What do you do to not take so much damage when you land? And yeah, they just work together. But again, I've played with these people for quite a while, so they already kind of know the buy-in with me at some level. But if it's a new group, I definitely want to have at least an hour of their time beforehand to say, hey, this is what we're doing, or I'll communicate in an email, hey, this is what we're doing. You know, this is the mission. Especially if it's a one-shot, like, we just got to get into it. So here's what you're doing. Here's what you'll be looking for. And then I do a setup, and, you know, we go through character descriptions and things like that.
Yeah. I feel like there's got to be like a... Oh, man, I'm wondering if anyone's made that. I kept thinking there should be like an eHarmony, but like making an eHarmony profile, but for your D&D character. So that, like, okay, so you're falling through the air. What do? You have like 4 choices of like the falling through the air thing, and you have to basically do this for your D&D character to get a feel for how you would handle different situations. Like, look at these 5 pictures. Which one do you would your character prefer having?
So that gives me an idea. We don't do skits, but
Right.
Nathan, you know how sometimes you do scripted things
Yeah.
that are kind of fun?
Yeah.
All right, here's the premise. You're an adventurer looking for a party to adventure with, and you get up on Tinder or whatever you want your app to be named appropriately,
Yeah.
and you're looking through different profiles of adventurers and swiping left and right, and you're like, oh, this a bard, they look like they could be, just trying to seduce barmaidens. No, something like that. I think that would be an amazing skit. And then you get together and it's like, oh, look at the party's all here, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
I hate them.
It's called D&D Harmony.
Okay, I'm back.
I think
I
missed that whole thing. No.
I had my cat was here.
There's always cats, always.
I had to answer the door for the cat.
Did it knock?
Yes. And I wasn't fast enough, and then I had to go chase her across the house.
Oh no, that's a catastrophe.
A catastrophe.
The puns get
Your
worse
name
as
is
the night goes
Johnny.
on.
You didn't miss anything. You'll see it when Nathan does a skit of it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's
I'm
gonna be
ready.
great.
It'll be a surprise.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Nathan.
that's okay.
It'll be like that one parody video when people find it.
D&D Harmony.
Yeah. I mean,
My
Nathan
cat.
littered with ideas, so
All we have are ideas.
Yeah, and not many good ones, but it's okay. We're fine.
We have great ideas.
I believe you.
Theoretically.
Theoretically great.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Great
Allegedly, we have great
I
ideas.
believe you. This
What
is
was
what
that?
I worked on.
Mm.
Oh, I just said I believe you. I believe that you have great ideas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You shouldn't, but that's okay. I appreciate the enthusiasm for my great ideas. I think that the best idea that I've had in the last couple of years was like only Delve fans, and that was for a one-off in a million different things that I was doing.
Listen,
at that
Delve
time.
Plus and Delve Prime, and now there's like CNN Plus apparently.
Oh yeah, Delve Plus was great. We should.
And it was before everything else that was Plus. So we
Yeah.
got in ahead of time. We just didn't capitalize on it.
We didn't. No.
How could you? Misconnection.
Yeah. That was.
On Craigslist.
There were so many good ideas. We were
I do that all the time. Craigslist misconnections. Why is that something so prominent in my memory? Why is that living there rent free? I never
Because
once
it's
posted
terrible.
on Craigslist for anything or answered a Craigslist ad, but I remember them all.
They're there. It's always there in the
Rent
back
free.
back of your head. Craigslist just lives there. Why? Because it is free. Anywhere it's free, Craigslist exists. It's true.
So other than Dungeons and Dragons, what other and editing videos, what other hobbies take up your time?
Take up my time? Oh, gee.
You and DC.
Oh, wow. For me, staring into the void. DC, what you got going on?
I feel that that's kind of a cop-out answer.
It is. It is. I wasn't going to push it.
Yeah.
I will go.
Okay.
So other hobbies. See. I almost say I'm producing online streams, but that's also something I get paid for on occasion.
That's okay. That's alone. What I'm talking content that we can relate with.
Right. Let's see here. And other than video games, I collect dice. I collect tin toys. Those are probably the main hobbies.
Okay.
Come up with.
Do you ever make dice?
No, I haven't tried making dice yet.
I have one experience with resin pour, and I will tell you it did not go well. It is still in my art room, a sticky mess, sitting in its container waiting for me to try again.
That's one of those projects that's sitting on a shelf along with the rest of them.
Yeah. I
Yep.
filed it in that cosmic space file.
Yep. Very good. Very good.
So,
yeah.
go to toy shows, look to add to the collection, or sometimes I'll be selling at toy shows to get rid of stuff too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. My mother-in-law was a big antiques collector, and she had a few antique toys, but I couldn't tell you where they are now. I have just seen a few. You know, I had the odd Pez floating around my house, but I have an uncle that I'm quite close to who collects Star Trek figurines.
Mm-hmm.
He had a Trek figurine ever packaged
Oh,
still
wow.
in the package. And I mean, I don't know about the super rare ones. I have no idea about their, but like whole series of these action figures still in the blister packs that they were purchased in.
Wow. That's impressive.
Rooms full of them. Yeah, it's quite an impressive collection. I think he may have downsized recently, but it used to be an entire room, wall to wall, with figurines tacked up onto the wall, still in their packaging. It was very impressive. I don't collect much of anything. Dust bunnies. I seem to collect those.
Those are wonderful to collect. Do you name those?
No. I have a real bunny, though. He doesn't have a name per se, just Bun Bun. Hey, rabbit.
You should call
He lives in the barn.
You should call the rabbit Dust. Then it's a bunny called Dust.
But he's black.
Well, Dust. It depends. Well, actually, if your Dust is black, you might have mold.
Yeah, I don't want that. So when I first brought him home, my daughter named him Midnight. He does, I guess, have a name, but no one has ever called him that.
Okay.
We just refer to him as, "Hey, how you doing?"
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's ever had to talk about the rabbit.
That's what I used to get called at work. Just go up to people.
Hey.
Yeah, I had a name badge. It was "Hey you."
Hey, you.
Yeah. Pretty much. It was too confusing to figure out what they wanted to call me. If it was Nate, Nathan, Nathaniel, only one of those is correct anyway. But eventually I was like, just call me Hey You. You know you're gonna anyway. It's
Hey
fine.
You is good, man. Hey You is fine.
You.
Hey You. And then you get that song stuck in people's heads, and that's always good too. But anyway, yeah, no, I had a bunny once upon a time too, and her name was Beauty, and she had 2 litters. And
I thought you were going to say she had a beast.
Oh,
no,
dear.
no.
Beauty and the Beast.
The fun thing is that her second litter, she only had 4 little bunnies, and we didn't really know what to do with them. We didn't sell them, so we were like, all right, okay, bunnies, we're just going to let you roam free, and we just set them free out in the yard. And for the next 2 and so for the next 2 months, we had these people coming up and kind of going, yeah, something's... it's the weirdest thing. We got these bunnies. They're eating our carrots, and I don't know where they came from.
Oh, no.
And Mom, my parents would just be like, yeah, weird. Don't know how that happened.
Yeah, that is weird.
Bunnies just out in the yard. Jeez.
This is why states like Florida have strange populations of animals that should not be in the wild, Nathan.
Yeah, so bunnies that like you could buy in a pet store, they can carry all kinds of crazy diseases that will absolutely devastate local rabbit populations.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure they can,
Mine-
like alligators. Or
Hey, that's not very funny. Extinction is real. Anyways,
Are you wearing your tinfoil hat?
no,
here.
but I do like to participate in a little bit of the Devil's Lettuce and watch SciShow. It's a hobby of mine.
So that's good. That's good.
It's
Just
a
watching
hobby
all
of
the
mine.
Hank Green you can handle.
Absolutely. Hank Green all the time. All the time. The Vlogbrothers did a Project for Awesome live stream thing where the internet meme Crank Green was born. And it's just a crab with Hank Green's glasses on.
What about
That also lives in my mind rent free.
Yeah.
what about Pizza.
Crank Green. I drew him in a Dakota's role. Pizza John?
Pizza John.
I know all about Pizza John.
Oh God.
It's been a hot minute since I've watched either of the Green Brothers.
But Pizza John.
I watch them all the time.
I
I wonder where. I did a Dakota's art that has a Crank Green in it, but I don't know where. I don't know where it is.
Dakota Camry.
No.
I do have a Dakota
No.
Camry in one of them.
That's one of Crave's Dakotas. Its name is Dakota Camry.
Right, I have it in one of them.
Not the Corolla.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but I do have Dakota Tacoma also.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Occasionally, I help her name them.
Okay.
They have the best reference names.
You have a Tundra and a Rav. We need a
Yeah, I
Tundra.
gotta add to the
Cars.
car.
Is that like my Elite Dangerous ships?
Yeah.
Where I've got my
Generic 4-door sedan.
I've got my Diamondback Explorer in Elite Dangerous named Fjord.
Oh no.
Perfect.
So it's a Diamondback Fjord Explorer.
Yeah.
And my
That's horrible.
Crate
Get
Phantom
out.
is called the Phantom Menace. And my Crate Mark II is named Alexander the Crate.
Didn't I name
Stop.
that one?
I think you did.
Yeah, I named that one. I take credit.
I could tell.
we did say the puns get worse as the night goes on. Here we are.
I have
Listen.
a meme. I have a meme. For the meme, please.
Meme Police?
No, I said hold for the meme, please.
There's a
Oh,
meme for
hold
that.
for the meme. We're getting memes. That
Calling the Poe he. Wow.
I am very proud of myself.
That's great.
Thanks.
I'm glad you all had
You
to
see
see
how
that
small
many
that phone
eyeballs.
is?
That's a very small
Please.
phone.
That's
That's a
an
surprise.
ancient cell phone.
He died a long time ago, guys.
That's true.
It's an old picture.
That's
It's
true.
not like he could have had a fucking iPhone in his hand.
Did he die or did he get preserved?
I'm afraid.
not with the iPhone though.
Is it unkind to refer to Michael Jackson as bad taxidermy?
No.
Yeah.
It's not too soon.
It's not too soon. Is it too late?
He died a long time ago.
What is that phone? That looks like a Nokia.
It's probably a Nokia.
It probably is a Nokia. It's an old one. It's like those. Yeah, it's a burner phone. It's one of the phones that you see in the spy thrillers. It's like, take this phone. It looks ancient. You're not gonna need it long. It's fine. Only use it for emergencies.
That's not why bards use burner phones. Bards use burner phones to buy drugs, and you know it.
Bards don't need drugs or burner phones because they
Suddenly, Bard drug smuggling ring happened.
I'm ready. Write it into the campaign.
don't. Is that a money-making,
I'll be
Alex?
a bard. I'll be a bard if I can do a drug smuggling ring.
Alex, I got bad news for our next session. I came up with a subplot for my character.
Good news. Where are you going to get those drugs in a mining town? Exactly.
I
You
think
ever
you
been
just
to a mining
answered your
town?
question.
Hey, mine in New Hampshire? Because drugs happen in mining towns. How do
Yeah,
you think they keep working through all their mining town injuries?
life
It's
in
the
a
drugs.
mining town.
Great
on.
health insurance? Duh.
Oh, that's definitely how.
I haven't gotten to this town yet. Who knows what's going on? What are they mining for?
It's a laundering operation.
Yeah,
Yes, it is a laundromat.
they're mining skooma.
I'm not gonna ask.
There's an Elder Scrolls reference for your Dungeons and Dragons.
Khajiit has done nothing wrong, Nathan.
Khajiit has done nothing wrong, but that's okay. I'm gonna get Khajiit's school mod. It's
DC,
fine.
you look deeply concerned right now.
Oh no, but
You do a little bit.
You
Glaring.
should be.
This is my happy face.
You should be concerned. This is all very off rail. And-
I don't think that it's fair to say that you talk about everything and then also say this topic went off the rails. I thought there were no rails in this dungeon.
well, it depends
So we
on
preferred a more player-based system.
but the rails. The rails that we are currently on are not usually the rails that we are always on. I feel like being off rails doesn't necessarily mean that we're off topic, though. We're usually about this off the rails, and that's a good example, Alex. Thank you.
This is
Literally,
us.
the train just falling down. That is definitely us.
If we did a thumbnail for this live show, that would be the thumbnail. Just
Yeah.
a train plummeting to its death.
just the train plummeting to its death. I could have played Bug Snacks. Oh
Bug
well.
snacks.
This has been
yeah.
far more fun than watching you game.
This has been more fun
Whoops.
than me play Bug Snacks. I don't think
Yes.
that's possible.
Stream on your own time.
What is-
It's a
Nathan.
game called Bug Snacks. Come on.
I think that's all we needed to know before we knew we didn't need to see you play it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing about Bug Snacks sounds appetizing.
Yeah, well,
Who's playing Bug Snacks?
I'm gonna play Bug Snacks at some point, and it's going to be
That's
amazing.
some bard shit.
Yeah. Why is it everything I do now is just some part shit? Apparently.
Well, I mean, if we're being honest with each other, it's because it's the only relatable content I have. when
That's
it comes
true.
to
That's true. Okay.
here,
Fair
right?
enough.
So-
Fair
But
enough.
I would like you to know that for the rest of our conversations, you'll always have Bard Smog.
That's not. That did
About
not
you.
say. This meme that I shared, this GIF did not say what I expected it to say. I thought it said bard. It says I'm a bird.
I'm a bird.
Okay, that's some bird shit right there.
That's some bird shit.
Yeah, it's some bird shit right there. I'll tell you.
Speaking of bird shit, do you think the Kenku have any control over, that? Or do you think if you're playing a Kenku, when they take off to fly, they just shit everywhere in the dungeon?
only if
Definitely. That's my vote.
What's
Shitting
that,
everywhere
DC?
in the dungeon. Leroy Jenkins.
Kenku can't fly, so either they have a lot of problems, or they go like most other humanoid species would.
Oh, I thought they could fly. Never mind. That's fair.
Maybe they can't fly because they're always trying to hold it, like they're constipated.
Right. I just needed to think of that, Nathan.
You brought it up.
Maybe it's the owlkin.
No, I think that I don't even know what these creatures are. So for all I know, we're talking about,
Oh yeah.
I don't know. This could be anything. Is this a human? Is this a humanoid creature? What kind of shit are we talking about here?
Like the
Goat
anthro
birds?
birds.
Kenku
I'm
are
upset.
pro people.
I'm upset that I had to think about bird people. Like the bird mother.
But yeah, crows. They're like little crow people, or kenkus. And the owlin are little like owls, and the aarakocra are like eagles that are human eagles. They're the different bird races that you can play.
Listen, D&D sometimes caters to the furry community, and that's okay.
Or people who just really
I'm not
want
here
to fly.
to judge. I'm not here to judge.
Neither are we. We said it's okay. If you want to play Khajiit, you can.
Yeah, it's called a tabaxi.
Are you implying that the only reason you'd play that character is because you're a furry?
No, I'm just saying
Oh.
that. I'm sure they love it.
It's fun.
and that's okay.
Yeah.
We
There's
talked about Nathan
options.
wearing a fursuit sometime on the show, but I think he refused.
We
Never
only
relevant
talked.
meme.
We talked about it briefly, and I refuse to acknowledge that we talked about it at length. So
I thought it would do wonderful things for our viewer count if you did wear a fursuit, though, Nathan.
yeah,
Views
but
you
then
wanna get.
the number of questions I don't want to answer would also go up exponentially.
From a purely business standpoint, if you're driving community views from the furry community, are you willing to progress into selling feet pictures? Because that's where you're going.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think you probably should pump the brakes on the fursuits.
Oh, no.
I think you mean
I'm not
paw
here to judge.
pictures.
Alex,
Paw picture.
Alex, how much do you want me to be in this fursuit now? Yep.
The whole show is now canceled.
You opened up a can of worms that we will never be able to close. Pandora's box is open. You can't go back now.
Scraping your eyeballs out with a spoon will never get the feet pictures image out of your brain.
No. I
You're
don't
doomed.
like it. Yeah, it's
The
not.
episode
Stuck
where
with
we
it now.
dive into Tumblr.
Oh, that happened.
Oh God, no. No more Tumblr. No more Tumblr time. D&D Tumblr. No.
Oh, guys, it's getting pretty late for me.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
Sleep happens occasionally.
What
We're
is
all in
that
the same time
kitten?
zone.
That's a tiny kitten.
Oh my gosh. Child.
Little tiny kitten.
It looks horrifying.
Well, I mean, let's face it, it did not think that it would be brought into this world so that it could be upside down and have somebody play with its paws. That was not what it expected out of its life, and here it is.
Listen, this isn't what I expected out of my life, but I don't
Listen,
look that scared all the time.
That kitten, I
can
would
put on
throw
a brave
into your
face.
D&D game. I would be like, you find an adorable tiny kitten. What do you do?
An orc
Be like-
raiding party is approaching. What do you
And
do?
you'd pick up the cat, you'd pet it, and it would eat you.
Because it's a mimic.
No, because it's a monstrosity.
Oh. So we're doing a Captain Marvel thing with the...
I haven't seen
the cat.
Captain Marvel.
Oh, because, like, you literally had a plot point where they had the cat, and the cat was so cute, but the cat is also, like, a ferocious monster, and all the aliens, like the Skrull, are just like, don't keep that thing away from me, and everyone's like, it's a cat. Don't worry about it. It's a cat. It's not a cat. It's a Zylorg or whatever they call it. And they're like, no, it's perfectly fine. And then toward the end, you realize, oh no, it actually is that creature. It just looks like a cat. And the mouth opens up and all these tentacles come out and start consuming everything, throwing people across the room. And they kind of go,
Yeah.
yep,
How frightening.
see?
It's a
Yeah, there you go.
cat.
Yeah, there,
Cat
yeah.
Thulu.
Yeah, it's Cat Thulu. Yeah. It is.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Cthulhu.
You gotta be careful with that cat.
Why have you forsaken me?
Sound
A-
Cat Thulu makes is not a meow.
Yeah.
It is whatever it sounds like in gutter speak.
H. Per Lovecraft.
Oh no.
It's the best one I'm gonna have tonight. I can tell you that much.
Cat Thulu is what Graveyard said.
Stop.
Thulu.
I gave her a
Stop.
I gave her a very disappointed look for everybody.
This I have a
It's
meme
like
for you,
this,
Craig.
but there's like more tentacles. just there's more
No.
That should be the tagline for Call of Cthulhu. Whatever you're thinking, with more tentacles.
Stop. Just lightly.
That's how I
don't
feel
stop.
about Cthulhu.
Yeah, Cthulhu. Oh yeah. All
That's how I feel about
hail to the Elder Paws.
No, all hail to the glow cloud.
Listen, I don't know. In my experience, you should not walk through the glowing clouds.
You definitely need to watch out for the animals they drop. The
I'm
dead
not sure
animals
what
drop.
universe we're talking about, but now
I'm
gonna start
lost
walking
too.
through all kinds of glowing clouds if you've
I'm
got animals in them.
They're dead animals. It drops dead animals onto the ground.
Oh my god, how could you do this to me? They're
Sorry.
dead puppies.
You need to go talk to Welcome to Night Vale. My bad.
They're not nice animals, they're dead animals.
We did drop a few live lions once, I think. That was not good.
You see, we introduced L to a lot of different things, and then you just threw another one in there at the end to confuse the whole issue.
Welcome to oversaturation of things.
Yeah, exactly. We tried to explain Cthulhu and like the open legend stuff and D&D all at once, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere you're talking about dropping dead animals from the cloud, and it's just gonna make everything complicated.
I am overwhelmed.
There you go. See?
I'm just gonna have the next game world. You guys are gonna be like, wow, that's a strange glowing cloud, and then suddenly a rain of dead animals.
And for some reason, the party never came back.
Well, I mean,
never a
for some
session
reason.
2.
You got pelted with like hedgehogs and shit, so.
In Arc, if you
drop
have
hedgehogs?
admin commands turned on your server, you can admin cheat rain critters and non-aggressive dinosaurs rain from the sky.
Perfect. Do they hit you with falling damage?
I don't know.
You need to.
But they're everywhere and they're noisy as hell. They're horrible.
Yeah.
We used to do it to our tribe mates all the time.
Yeah.
It's part of the perk of being in our tribe.
Oh man, that reminds me. One of the game worlds, one of the games I was running with my ex back years ago, we had a written rule in there that if anyone invoked Murphy's Law, like in or out of character at the table, well, it can't get any worse kind of deal, or...
Right? If you summoned it, if you spoke it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law is anything
can't
that
go
can
wrong
go
and
wrong
will.
will go wrong. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of somebody else's law for a second there. So if somebody like did something and invoked Murphy's Law, suddenly the thing that they're like, well, it can't get any worse than that, would get a lot worse.
Oh.
Yeah, it was fun. One of the other things is that if players ever walked over a grave, there was a chance that they would reanimate a corpse.
Oh my god.
Well, don't disrespect
What is that?
graves. Don't walk over graves. That's rude.
If you
What
do,
if it's
though,
unmarked?
Well, unmarked graves don't count.
but if it's a marked grave, then
Why?
they might walk on you.
But if we
I
describe...
can't function under these circumstances.
If I say,
Fair
you're
enough.
walking to the graveyard, where are you going to walk? And you go, yeah, I'm just going to walk over the graves. I'm going to go, all right, well, suddenly there are zombies rising from the dead, angry that you walked over their graves.
Who would do that? How would you find that Easter egg? You'd have to know it was in there in order
No,
to
you
choose
just
to
have
do
to
it.
have players who wanted to walk over graves.
D&D
Listen, I
Easter
enjoy
eggs.
throwing Easter eggs that I don't tell anyone about into my games, whether they're violent or not.
What if they don't find them? Then you did all that work and nobody found your Easter egg.
That's fine. It's just a little thing that it's like, hey, yeah, no, that was written in there, but you did the thing, and now you get to experience a bit of world building. Dynamic worlds are fun. Worlds don't always exist just to interact with what the player does. Is one of those fun things too. Yes, you have most things that happen with the players there, but having stuff that can happen regardless of the players is also nice if it's a world that you're coming back to.
Oh,
My take on it.
It's
I don't
very
know if
wise of you.
I don't know if you throw in Easter eggs like that into any of your game worlds, DC, but I enjoy it.
On a occasion I do some references and things that maybe only that please me and no one else will understand, but like
That makes sense.
and yeah, if players go one way, the other ways they could have gone, stuff still happens. They just don't see those things that happen because they chose not to go that way. And that's not a good or bad thing. It's just other things happen in the world as they go on. Their chosen path.
Yeah.
I think one of my fun examples for that is like, Nathan likes to say that I kill my parties
You do.
because
That's
I don't
right.
always pull my punches.
Mm.
As an example, if I say, "Hey, you guys need to go fight a dragon at the end of this campaign," as the premise for Icefire Peak, the one that we're playing, your end goal is basically to probably slay a dragon. That's the premise on the box. Whether you negotiate with it, if it can be negotiated with, I have no idea. I assume you're not negotiating with a white dragon, though. They're kind of dumb and angry. But if you guys at level 1 say, hey, yeah, we're going to go find the dragon's lair and murder it, I'm not going to go, cool, you can kill the dragon. I'm going to go, all right, well, the dragon just, it's going to be a fight. It's going to be fair. I'm going to roll it as is. But if that's what you decide to do, suddenly you're fighting a dragon at level 1 and it's your own fault that you died.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So when Nathan's like, yeah, you just kill your players, I'm like, no, I let them make bad decisions and face their consequences themselves.
I let them make bad decisions.
I'm not here to tell you no. I'm here to enable you to do what you want, Nathan.
Uh-huh.
And if I tell you that
I am the god of this world.
if I tell the two players that make their checks to see if they can tell the basic level of ineptitude, not ineptitude. If I go make a check to see if you think that you can handle that boar, and you make your check, and I tell you, you probably think it's a little bit too deadly for you guys. It's a little too big, and you still decide to go for it, and you die. That's on you. Rolling your eyes.
I mean, doesn't that just kind of end the game, though, if everybody dies?
Yep.
Sometimes you just re-roll a character
Sometimes you reanimate them.
Sometimes you do Sex Machina the party. Sometimes you roll up new characters as your long-lost twins.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sometimes you have the party out for a while and they've been captured by some other force or maybe the big bad evil guy, and now they're in a dungeon without all their stuff and they finally wake up and go from there too.
Mm.
Very true. That's part of that Deus Ex Machina.
They get knocked out.
I've had a DM in the past who would Deus Ex Machina the crap out of us. Be like, oh yeah, you all got knocked out fighting trolls or whatever, and then somebody rescued you. Oh,
Who
somebody
could it
rescued you
be?
again. And I'm like, boy, stop throwing stuff at us that's too powerful for us all the time, then maybe. Because it wasn't like we were deciding to go out and do the thing. It's like we tried to like, oh, we can't fight these trolls. Let's run away. And it's like, no, they chase you down and murder you. I'm like, okay.
That's harsh.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did they just want to kill you?
I don't know. They just wanted to use their DM PC to Deus Ex Machina us.
Well, they seem fun.
Yeah, I don't talk to that person much these days.
Oops.
Or play games with them, ever.
Yeah. I think I remember that person. Yeah. I didn't play in that game.
No, I don't think you know that person, personally.
Yeah. I remember when I was at one of the D&D games back when you were doing 3.5 where I was there. I just wasn't
with that
playing.
person.
Okay. All right.
Anyways.
But
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hell yeah, brother.
I have an early morning tomorrow and
Oh
a
boy.
big road trip. So Thank you guys for entertaining my questions. Thank
Thanks
you,
for
Craig,
having
for
questions.
informing me
Mhm.
about the event.
Sure.
Everything is a podcast from
The
now
things
on. It's all
and the
just a
stuff.
podcast. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it muchly, and I will be back for more information.
Excellent.
Perfect.
In
We
In the
will-
meantime, don't trust the bard. He has bad information.
And if
And
you
he
do,
probably sells low quality green.
if you do have any other suggestions or topics that you want to discuss too, our episode suggestions forum over there, we do entertain questions that we will address on the show if you have anything that you'd like us to discuss.
Yes.
So,
Agreed. Okay.
also good.
Noted. I will be there. Thank you for that. Thanks, guys. Have a good
Thank
one.
you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Enjoy. Good night, Craig.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Oh, Nathan's ending the stream early. Bye. Early. I
Yeah,
say 2 hours in.
I gotta move your little toe Pebble knockdown thing. So now it's in front of your. Now I can look down on you.
Great, thanks,
Literally,
Nathan.
that's fun.
That was nice to have her on and asking those wonderful questions we all got to talk about. Discuss. I appreciate DC having a lot more information for things than we sometimes do.
Yeah, that's handy. I think Elle might be one of the more like new-ish folks to the activity to D&D, like, because I think most of the people that have been on stream have been pretty well seasoned adventurers. So it's
Yes, as I was saying earlier, our community, our very small community on Discord, is mostly people who are familiar with and have played tabletop games.
right.
Whether it be D&D or another RPG is fine, but most people have played several.
Right, exactly. But no, she makes a good point though. Trying to get information to people who have no frame of reference is challenging to itself.
Yeah, there are a lot of people online in like YouTube and stuff, or podcasts, I'm sure as well, that do that and do it well and are great communicators at that. I feel like a lot of that is more scripted typically, especially for the YouTube videos. It's like they'll write the videos and kind of go over things, and kind of like we did at the beginning of our old show, except better. So I personally would rather point people to resources that are better than us at explaining those, because again, we kind of discuss and talk about topics more than do an informative dive into them at these days. Although it can be fun to talk about them informatively as well if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. We are never mistaken as informative. We definitely aren't that.
I hope not. That would be tragic. Just imagine if people get the wrong information and then like blame us for their mishaps.
The wrong information. Yeah. I can't wait for like the tavern to be on fire, and it's like, well, I mean, Pebble Knockdown told me that that's what adventuring parties do. So
listen, I only had it in on fire once at the beginning of a game, and it was because I hate the trope of starting in an inn.
That's fair. I mean, I had the campaign where we set the whole damn city on fire, and but that was just because we were trying to get out of jail. So it was justified.
Yeah, okay, sure.
We needed to escape with a rebel leader that was trying to take down the establishment.
Well,
we were just trying to help a criminal get out of jail after we were
the establishment has been taken down, as well as the rest of the city. Good job.
Yes.
Goal succeeded. Improper.
Mission accomplished. Da 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 da. Congratulations, everybody. We did it.
Congratulations, you've won.
Yeah, I got some of those town guards killed, but, I just really wanted to get away from the monsters. So again, totally justified. Didn't matter, they ended up in a burned out city anyway, so it really was pointless to worry.
This has been one heck of a live stream today.
Oh yeah, it's been wild. I don't remember half of what happened.
Good thing it's recorded.
Damn, we were recording this?
What?
What? What?
Well,
No.
it'll be up on YouTube. It's not going to be a podcast. Don't worry.
Oh.
People will have to actively look for this to find it.
Oh, good. So no threat of of anybody finding it then.
Exactly.
I say that, but actually, like, a lot of our live streams will have views afterwards. So
more so the gaming ones. I'm thinking, but
the gaming
we'll
ones,
see.
yeah. But we'll
I have
see.
that one that you did where you didn't have any game audio at all.
Yeah, we had taken that one.
Yeah, I unlisted that one because it was just you talking to yourself for as long as you streamed with just game footage and no game audio.
I mean, that's most of the episodes.
Wow. I think this has been fun. I wanted to do a stream where we didn't game and we just talked because it is always fun, and it's been a while and I like this. I like this more than watching you game personally.
Why you gotta be like that?
Because
we
it's...
should watch you game next time.
No.
Yeah, Alex.
If you want to watch me game, you can watch me stream on Fridays where I'm currently playing Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning.
Are you finally gonna get to the Fatesworn?
Who knows? I haven't bought it, so no.
I'm doing Fatesworn right now, but
good for you.
A little bit. It is hard by comparison to the rest of the game. But actually, no. Probably the game that I'll be playing over the next few days, and I can report back on it, is Weird West. I have that.
I was gonna say Bug Snacks.
Well, there's Bug Snacks. Bug Snacks is that's a very special thing that I have to save time out to share with the rest of the collective here. I need to share Bug Snacks with everybody. Bug Snacks is not just for me. Bug Snacks is for the world. But Weird West actually just got released a day or so ago, and yeah, I'm looking forward to trying that out, and have a few other things I think on my schedule. But yeah, so in the Kingdoms of Amalur, real quick, Alex, have you gotten to either of the expansions besides Fatesworn, Dead Kel, Teeth and Arrows? No.
I might. I was thinking I might look into either of the two other DLCs that I do have and see what level they require, if any. And if they don't have a level cap or level restriction, I might just try those for streaming because I've never done them before.
Yeah, that would probably be good. I forgot about the Dead Kel one, that there's like a whole like manor that you get to become the lord of after the spirit.
Why are you spoiling this for me?
Well, because I wanted to explain to you for a 12-year-old game. But that there's a lot of missions. I'll just explain that there's a part of that is going to be very similar to like Dragon Age Inquisition, when you actually get like your Inquisitor hold and you can do upgrades and stuff like that, and there's missions.
I never played it long enough to get an Inquisitor hold, thanks.
Oh, you never played that long either. There's no helping you.
No, I have a love-hate relationship with those games. The CRPGs in general, I have a love-hate relationship with. And then games similar to that, I don't know. Something about
Was-
the combat system. Just it's
Dragon Age wasn't
tough.
really a CRPG.
No, I know, but even so,
It was a whole other animal.
maybe it's the entire
It's the whole thing for
yeah,
you.
the entire thing.
I just don't like its whole deal.
That's the one with the Grey Wardens, right?
That was
Yeah.
the first
Yeah.
one.
They're mentioned.
I liked it in theory. I think there was too much. I think one of the issues I have with those games and games like that is that the role play is a huge aspect of it, but the pacing of it with that is just not.
Mm.
It's like, yes, I can sit here for 3 hours and talk to everybody and every single option I get,
Mm-hmm.
and you need to
Oh,
do a
yeah.
lot of it. And it's like, I just want some action to happen, please, and not just 3 hours of dialogue.
Right. I get you. Origins. Well, I don't know. Origins and 2 did have a lot of dialogue. In Inquisition, there were a lot of just open world sections that you could just go around and start smacking things with a sword if you really wanted to. That didn't require big, heavy arcs. But you have to kind of get to the open world part of it.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Pacing is big for me, I think, especially the older I get and the less time I have with my
Sure.
attention span for games.
Yeah.
So if it's like, aha, here's big action pieces with a little bit of lore dump maybe, or just some dialogue and whatnot, and then more action or whatever the game is, I think that's nice. But if you have giant swaths of dialogue and cinematics that I need to get through, and then brief periods of action, I'm like quickly losing interest.
Sure.
It's like the story might be great, but then it's like I'm not really playing a game. I'm reading a book or listening to a story.
That's why they have a skip button.
Yeah, but then you miss it, Nathan. Then you don't know what's going on.
Well, I can't help you.
It's like I want to know what's going on, but I don't want 3 hours of listening to a story. Listen, when I played Xenosaga Episode 3 on the PlayStation 2, on the box for the disc, it said over 8 hours of cinematic cutscenes and in-game videos. And I was like, that is far too much.
Xenosaga. Oh man.
Great game though. I never
Oh, yeah.
finished 3.
I mean, Metal Gear had cutscenes that were way too long. I'm just going to say it right now. I think it was Metal Gear 4 that I played, and that's like, oh, this cuts. Okay, that's where they ended the cut. Nope, we're still going. Okay, we're just keeping on the cutscene. Okay, well, okay, now they're at like, okay, they're standing over a grave. This is probably the end. Nope, there's more. We got to get through this part too. Kojima was always famous for doing these incredibly long cutscenes of exposition that I could not understand to save my life. Halalelu. Yep, apparently that's a thing. Yeah.
Side note, DC, are you looking for another roguelite game to play
Oh
at
god.
some point?
Yes.
There is a game called Metallic Child on Steam.
Alec Child.
I picked it up recently. It's on sale for 30% off right now. It's very action, super cute. It's really weird, really fun. It also has, I think there's a kid mode in it to remove some of the more adult stuff in it that it might have. So it might be really good on stream. The voice acting is all Japanese or Korean, however, so you may or may not want that turned down if you were to stream it.
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, I had put it on my wish list because I'm like, this looks interesting. And then I was playing it. I'm like, this looks like a game DC might like.
Oh, I also have to play Paradise Killer. That's also on my list of to do.
does have a lot of text at times, but
So much text.
I'm still very early in the game, so it probably doesn't have it for long.
All right, I do like this picture of the anime lady with the huge hammer, and like big old double guns. That's amazing.
Oh, the double guns on the screen in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get some parts in it that are so you have like 3 cores that you can pick up. They're items or upgrades or debuffs essentially. So buffs or debuffs. That Lux, get away from the door. Sorry, yelling at the cat. It's trying to claw into this freaking door again. And she sassed me.
Cat
So you
Thulu.
can have like 3 buffs or debuffs active at any time, and you can upgrade them. And they will like run out. They have a time limit, and if you upgrade it, it makes the level of it go up, and the time limit it stays there go up as well. And
Okay.
refreshes that. Or you can get like a virus core, which has different negative effects. One of them is like literally spam. You'll get a pop-up on your screen in the UI, just blocking part of your screen somewhere, and it's ridiculous. Another one I got was a debuffed, or it changed you to be like big blocky pixel art, and one blurred the entire screen. So it's weird visual stuff like that. So it's really fun. But the buffs ones, there are a lot of different things, and I think the guns on screen is probably you get a buff for a bit of time where you have that. I assume I haven't picked that one up yet. And then you can get different drones that follow you around, and you can upgrade that are really weird. And it's all like everything's got a time limit, but you can upgrade them and make them refresh. So it's like, all right, well, this ability is really good. I'm gonna keep it. And then it's like, all right, but I can replace them throughout the level when you find other ones.
Okay.
You just have to pay attention to, I think it'll have like, one of the cores will be circled, and that's the next one that'll be replaced. So if you're like, all right, I like that one, so I shouldn't pick this up because it would replace that.
Okay.
But it's fun. I've been enjoying it a decent amount, and let's see, I've got almost 6 hours in it already, which isn't a lot, but you know, I thought of you
Yay.
because you had played a couple of roguelikes and stuff like that, and I was like, I wonder if you'd like this.
I might. It looks adorable and really fun.
One of the you have customization options, which are the different like head outfits and stuff like that, but they do actually different things for your character. And one of them is called like the streamer, whatever. And that's the first one I picked up because it benefits you like with your currencies that you can get, but it's also just a pair of headphones with the cat ears. So it's perfect.
Excellent.
Yeah, I thought of that. And I was like, this is an interesting game. It looked fun. I picked it up, and I'm like, yes, this is exactly as fun as I thought it would be. Well, maybe exactly. It was more fun than I thought it'd be, maybe. I don't know. It has been fun, and I will continue to play it. I don't know if Nathan would like it.
No, I probably wouldn't. But at some point, reminder, we'll probably have to do another Steam wishlist one, because I went on Steam today, and they had this whole list of like the, queue. Here's recommendations for you, and man, I found ones
All
I didn't
dating
know
sims.
about. No, not dating sims this time. Luckily, they stopped recommending those.
That's sad.
Oh, we can change.
Nope.
Yeah, we can.
We can't.
We just buy
Ever
Nathan
since-
really cheap dating games.
Ever since Doki Doki, he just started.
I don't think it was
coming.
Doki Doki. I think it was Lovers of Aether.
It might have been. It might have been Hatful Boyfriends. No, actually, I think I had that on GOG. But there's a bunch. Did you know that there's now a game called Animal Shelter Simulator? You get to run and manage an animal shelter.
You can do that in The Sims 4.
But I don't want to play The Sims.
What? Blasphemy.
I think I tried Sims 3 at one point, but
Who doesn't like The Sims?
somebody doesn't want to buy every single pack for $5 million or however many packs they have now.
You don't have to buy any of them.
Apparently I do to get an animal shelter.
Okay, that one thing.
I have to buy the one thing for the animal shelter. But this one is one that actually has just it's just animal shelters all the time. And you get to dress your dogs up in little bows and stuff to see if someone will take them.
Great. Nathan, you can play that. Have fun.
I will absolutely love that. On other subject, though, there was also one called Dungeon Alchemist that I thought looked very interesting because that actually allows you to make dungeons for like campaigns, but it's like more of a utility app, which I can probably post a link to that because that would probably be more interesting for you.
Sure, if it wasn't $45.
If it wasn't $45, yeah.
I've actually seen this, and I thought it was cool. And then I looked at the price tag and said, maybe 90% sale, I'll get it.
90% sale.
Yeah. Listen, my
like
minimum is a 30% discount before I buy a game on Steam.
Was that how much it was for when you got New World?
No, that's different. I wanted that, and it was Ray bought that for me.
Oh.
Forgot you did. Thank you.
Out of all of them, New World.
We buy a lot of games to try sometimes.
This is true.
We like playing games together, and sometimes it'll be like, yeah, that looks nice. And she'll be like, yeah, it does look fun, so we'll get it. Doesn't matter the price.
You know a great game to play together? Stardew Valley.
You can fuck right off.
There's a multiplayer now. You can have like up to 4 people in a farm.
Yeah,
and they can help
fine.
you out when you're playing the game, and you can go through the stories with them.
Yeah, I'll just tear up your farm. You're welcome.
You will never understand the glory of trying to help Pam with her alcohol problem in Stardew Valley.
You know what other game you can play together, Nathan?
Mm-hmm.
Farming Simulator 2022.
I've heard about that. I think it's on my wish list, actually.
You're not invited to our farm.
I don't
We've
need
seen
your
how
farm.
you play games.
I'm gonna, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna just have a patch over in the corner. It's just turnips.
I mean, there aren't turnips, but okay.
There's a farming simulator without turnips?
Yeah, you can have beetroots, sugar beets.
That's not a turnip. That's a different thing. I want to be able to say that I'm a turnip farmer.
Listen, I've seen how you play games like that, and you are not welcome on the farm we have.
How am I going to live out my Super Mario Brothers 2 fantasy if I can't pick up a turnip out of the ground and chuck it at various things on the farm? Why?
You can have a corn farm. Just corn. Corn for days. You can make a maze with your maze.
Will children come out of the corn?
The corn is children. That's why it's Children of the Corn.
There was a game that was more that called Maze. M-A-I-Z-E. That was like the corn had faces on it and they talked to you.
That's terrifying and a fever dream.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it was a real game.
I didn't say it wasn't. I said it was a fever dream.
Yeah. It's a first-person adventure game about what happens when 2 scientists misinterpret a memo from the U.S. government and create sentient corn. And that last sentence is pretty much the least ridiculous thing about the game. That's the title. That's what they themselves put, and it is terrific. There's sentient corn. There's like a teddy bear that's looking real sus. It's great. It's great.
Teddy bears
Classic.
always look sus.
Add to wish list. There. Now it's on my wish list. Because one day we might have to play that. It's fun for
What
the
is this
whole
we?
family. I mean, you won't play it, but it's supposed to be a fun game that I might play and share with the world.
Is this the maze one?
The maze one, yeah.
They're selling their soundtrack as well.
I don't want to know what the sound
terrifying
of corn. Yeah, isn't that a terrifying
That is
corn?
a terrifying teddy bear.
Yeah.
Is this horror?
No, it's a comedy game.
It's comedy. Oh, it looks like horror. Exploration point and click sci-fi hit. It's a hidden object game, Nathan.
Perfect.
It's also collectathon, family friendly, and 1980s game.
Mm. Oh, Spiritfarer is on sale too. Only buy it if you want to cry a lot.
Perfect. I need a good cry.
Well, then you should definitely get Spiritfarer. Spiritfarer really was one of my favorite games from like 2020, I want to say. It was one of my favorite games. But it is
I don't remember 2020. I was locked inside.
Then I would think that you would have played more games. But the thing it's a great game. It's very fun, very cozy. But it is also emotionally devastating. So there's that. It's good for that.
What are we doing with our lives?
Taking over for Sharon as the ferryman of the underworld. That's what Spiritfarer is.
I thought you were going to say as the moon of Pluto.
That too. You can do two things. We can do two things at once, Alex. Oh my god, there's so many special offers. Farming Simulator is 20% off. Not enough.
20% of $50?
Yes. So $40.
I need to get going. So.
Yes.
Yes, we probably all do.
Thank you for joining us, DC.
Yeah.
If you want to plug yourself again, you can. I don't think anyone's actually in the audience right now, but
They
Hey,
will be
I'll-
later.
Sure. Hey, I'm DC. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram under DC Lasair. That's DC Lasair. I stream on my Twitch channels Monday through Fridays at 11 a.m. Pacific. Come by, say hi. All right. I got cool BRB screens.
There you Excellent, excellent. All right.
plus the Council of DCs.
Plus the Council of DCs.
All of the DCs all the time. Thank you, DC, for coming by.
Thanks for having me.
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
It was wonderful to see you again. You
Yeah, good to see you guys too.
have
Alright.
a wonderful evening, sir.
Good night.
Good
Night.
The culling has begun.
Here's another one. Have you ever heard of a game called Beat Saber?
Yeah, that's a VR game, Nathan.
Yeah. Have you seen some of the like expert level Beat Saber runs? I'm telling you right now, I shudder thinking about playing this game
As well you should.
because it looks absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's a rhythm game you play by actually having rhythm.
Yeah, and I'm not good at those things. And it also requires a virtual reality headset. Yes, another thing
Yeah,
that I don't want to buy.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well just go play DDR at an arcade if you want that level of activity.
Oh my god, they have a Fallout Boy music pack. Well, now I gotta buy it.
Fallout Boy, not Fallout Music.
No, Fallout Boy. I wish there was a Pip-Boy music. Actually, I would have really preferred if it was a music from Fallout.
On that note, I think we should wrap this up, Nathan.
We probably should have wrapped it up an hour ago, but here we
That's
are.
fine.
Yeah.
Hey, we had fun. We had actually
Did
a lot
we?
of We had a lot of conversation tonight. A lot of
I'm
questions.
not a fan.
Apparently, Lux says, "Fuck you." She's screaming.
Yeah. Oh,
That's what
good
she
Lux.
does. Tucker's gone outside. Lux is going to scream. She misses her dog.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways,
So we're gonna probably end the stream shortly. But Alex, do you want to tell all the fine folks where they can find more content about us?
can you hear the screaming of the cat?
No, I
Okay, never mind.
can't.
You can find more of our content over at totalpebbлекnockdown.com, where we've got our podcast and Titanium Mine, and soon we'll have some nice art.
I now hear the cat screaming, so there's that. And you can also find us on social media. I am at Titanium.
I'm at EXP Limited. Our show is over at Pebble Knockdown, and if you want to see me stream Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning on Fridays, Friday afternoons Eastern Time, I'll probably be playing 3 or 4 hours of it at twitch.tv/EXP Limited.
And definitely let me know when you're getting to the dead Kel part so that I can see you become the Lord of a Manor.
I'm always the Lord of a Manor, because I have lots of good manners.
Fair enough. I'm actually interested in seeing how you feel about the opening hour or so of Teeth of Naros.
No idea. Probably sharp and fang-like.
Yeah, I mean, it's not actual teeth, but...
Why would you do me wrong like that, man?
Sorry. Oh, I can actually tell you, though, fun fact, is the Fatesworn, you do actually have to complete the main game before Fatesworn is accessible.
I'm not picking it up until I beat the main game, then.
Exactly. I did not know that at the beginning, but, you know.
In many years.
Yes, many years from now, you'll be able to pick up Fatesworn. Okay, so that's terrific. I think that is good enough for us.
Good enough is too good.
Good enough for us. Thank you all for joining us. We will talk to you.
Thanks to DC, thanks to Graveyard, and thanks to our newest Discord member, Elemental Ellie.
That's right. Thank you to all of them. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for your questions. If you have any questions for us and you are over in our Discord server, as I mentioned to Ellie, you can put them into episode discussion, or actually suggestions is where you would make new suggestions. If you have questions, you can give it to us over there, and we might address them on the show or during another live episode. And until next time, thank you for joining us on Total Pebble Knockdown. Remember to keep your rocks polished. I still don't know what our tagline is.
We don't have one. It's cool.
It's fine. Yeah.
No one needs to know anything.
Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Goodbye for now.